Okay, audio is on, hopefully, this time. Good. At least my monitor's showing that. All right, let's do that again. Looks like I'm peaking a little bit, so I'm going to adjust the gain on this downward just a little bit. Okay. Hey, everyone. Welcome to the stream. I did just go through a monologue for a couple minutes and then realized that my audio was completely muted because OBS is really dumb and forgets which audio devices it's supposed to be listening to. Anyway, I had intended to go for this stream to be an Elden Ring stream until a couple of hours ago, but I was thinking about what I want to do in that run and like where I want to go next and how I want to route it out basically. And I couldn't quite make up my mind about it just yet, so I wanted to let that simmer for a little bit longer. But also happening this week is Xenoblade X is coming out on the Switch, and in anticipation of that, I thought it'd be fun to do a return to Xenoblade, go back to Xenoblade 3. I just did my last stream where I was with the story content of this game a few months ago. So we finished the very last bit of questing in the game with the post-game hero quests. And now I'd like to revisit it and show off 3 different aspects of the game. There's some... I want to go through the super bosses and show off one of the strongest builds that you can achieve in the game. Once you're at end game and you've got a bunch of classes maxed out, you can optimize your builds. And I want to show off one build that is really, really strong, which I described during the run when we were doing it as, in my opinion, the best build in the game. So I want to talk through how that works, how the different skills and abilities in the game make that build possible and what you can do with it. So I want to go through the super bosses, maybe not do every challenge version of the super bosses, but go through them all using that build. And then also take it into the Archsage's Gauntlet, which is the game's roguelike mode. We saw the beginner and intermediate versions of the Gauntlet during the campaign, but the pro version is the one that's intended for post-game. That's the one that has up to 140 waves of enemies that you have to kill. So I'm going to go through that and do at least one run there. And if everything goes to plan, that'll be a real total breeze, even on hard mode, with the build I'm going to use. And then lastly, one of the things that I've been thinking about a little bit over the last couple months since I finished the playthrough was, considering the strategies I used and reviewing what I did in the run, trying to think, could I have done any of this better? I've learned a few things about how you can set up stronger parties in the early game, how you can execute chain attacks to be more consistent and make it possible to finish some of the early boss fights in Chapter 2, Chapter 3, maybe early Chapter 4, a lot more quickly and a lot more easily than I was doing with my previous strategies. And I learned some tactics that you can use in boss fights in the middle part of the game that are very, very strong that I'd like to show off too. Please don't forget Fire Emblem. Luis, I'm not forgetting Fire Emblem. I am planning to record the next episode's footage this week. And then do commentary fairly soon. So, I'm actually looking forward to that because I did a test run this weekend and it went well and pretty excited to show it off. Hey, Brainiac. Okay, so I think I've covered everything I want to, like what the agenda is for today. So without any further preamble, let's actually load up into my near endgame save file, 164 hours in. So I am at this spot at the very end of the demi-human gutter, which is like the highest level dungeon in the game. Just beat the level 102 unique monster duo, the King Kings. And because I've done that, I've now unlocked essentially every tool that you'd want to use to make the strongest parties in Xenoblade 3. And I've gone ahead and done that, or at least made an attempt at it. So I put together a party that is very, very close to the best party that you can possibly have. I'm running 3 attackers, 2 healers, 1 defender, and then I'm also using Melia as a hero. She could be swapped out for several other ones. The hero is not that important to this setup, although Melia having Essence of Ether does marginally improve everyone's damage, which is nice. A lot of times with your healer, you're looking for one of these party-wide bonus skills that the rest of your party doesn't have to carry, or you're looking for utility with combo arts, like Melia Starlight Kick, or you want healer utility so that you can have someone to revive you. But anyway, I'll just go across. Noah's in Yumsmith. He's actually never trained in this class before, ever. So he's just at rank 1 right now. It doesn't really matter, though. He is one of our dedicated breakers on the team. His job is to break the enemy so we can start combos. He's running Flashback and Tri-Slash Infusion, and then also Glitter Stream separately, so that he has three break arts. And that's one of the things that makes Yumsmith a really good breaking class, is that it has the ability to carry 3 break arts. The only other class that can do that is Sword Fighter, which is also a Kavesi class with its own break art, and then you can use 2 Agnian style break arts and Tri-Slash and Glitter Stream. The Agnian classes that have break arts can only use Flashback as a master art, so they can only have 2. So the advantage of Yumsmith over Ogre, which is another really strong class for breaking because of its skill, Fury Smash, increases reaction success rate, is if the AI, well, the AI is much less likely to waste the break arts on Yumsmith because it will only use break arts by themselves if the enemy is not broken and needs to be broken. So if the enemy's in a later combo stage, or if it's already broken, it'll just hold on to these 2 arts. And the AI may waste Glitter Stream because it may decide, I want to use Recharge, and if the AI-controlled companions, if they decide to use an art and the paired art in the fusion is available, it will always use the fusion art instead of just the art by itself. So it is possible that even when it's not appropriate, when we don't need a break right now, the AI could see, oh, Recharge is off cooldown. Glitter Stream also happens to be off cooldown. I'm going to fuse them and use them, even though I don't need a break with Glitter Stream right now. So the difficulty with Ogre as a breaking class is that, yes, it has the highest individual break success rate when you put Flashback on an Ogre, and it's at max rank, so it has the maximum bonus with the Fury Smash skill. But there's no way to, because Flashback has to be a master art for an Ogre. I don't even have to unlock it on Noah, but because you have to have Flashback in one of these master art slots, it always has to be paired with one of the native class arts, which always means there's a chance that the AI might waste it because it says, oh, I want to use Big Impact right now, or Hammerhead, or Giant Swing, or whatever other art you have. So that's one motivation to use Yumsmith for this. Also, it just has other useful support effects. Recharge is a unique field that increases the critical rate of allies within, I believe it's by 40%. It's an additive crit rate bonus, but that's still very helpful for certain setups where you want a high crit rate, especially when you have skills like Frenzied Combo, which restore your arts recharge when you land crits with them. Determination is a stance that you can use that gives you an additive damage bonus. 150% more damage is pretty strong. It kind of makes up for the fact that this class doesn't have any other damage bonuses to speak of. But because it's only real damage bonus, natively is in Determination, Yumsmith doesn't tend to be a great damaging class anyway. So this is just because it's a good stance and not really for any other reason. And then we're also running Deflector Field as a talent art and Resonant Flag. These are like emergency backups. I don't expect to be using these because we don't want our Yumsmith to be taking aggro, so we don't expect him to be getting hit when he has Deflector Field up, so we don't expect to be generating Awakening, so we don't expect to be sharing that. But if we do have other buffs that are being passed around the party, and we want to make sure that they're shared back with someone else who just got revived and had all their buffs removed, Resonant Flag can help us do that. And if we do need to try to pass around Awakening, it is possible that no one might be able to do that by using Deflector Field. Actually forgot to adjust his gems here, and I want to do that. Because with the break set here, we don't need the debuff bonuses that the game automatically assigns to this class. Swelling Scourge and Refined Incantation. What we want are, well, bonuses to buff duration will be good. Just in case we do get Awakening. And then Double Strike to improve the recharge rate of our Agnian arts, since they recharge with the auto attack hits as well as regular art cancels. And Accurate Grace, so we miss less. Crazy mistake. To answer Chris Hunter's question, yes, I will get Xenoblade X Deluxe or Definitive Edition. I don't think I want to play it on stream just because I don't think it'll be very good content, me exploring a giant RPG where I don't know where to go or what to do. It'll take a long time. So yeah, I've got gems to maximize accuracy in my art uptime. Skills chosen to, again, improve art recharge rate with Protector's Pride here. And Frenzied Combo. If I land a crit, it'll recharge my art by 27% in this case because I only have Martial Artist at rank 15 and not rank 20. And then Strengthening Gambit, again, increasing the duration of buff effects. So if Noah happens to generate Awakening, it'll last for a long time. Lastly, for accessories, we have Fraternal Badge, more recharge speed. Thermo Headgear to improve crit rate so that Frenzied Combo works more, and Break Brooch to lower enemy break resistance so that we do land those breaks more effectively or more consistently. I do actually have, I think this is in here. I don't remember if I did the challenge battle that gives me the enhanced version of Break Brooch as a unique item. Maybe not. It's not that important. Yeah, Marcus, it'll be my first time in playing X. Okay, that about does it for Yumsmith. That's one of our dedicated breakers. Then we have Mio and Soul Hacker, which is perhaps the most busted class in the game once you've unlocked all the important arts and skills for it. I'm using my Soul Hacker as a support healer who spreads really strong buffs around the party. So to that end, we have Desperate Charge, which simultaneously grants the critical hit plus buff, which increases the damage of critical hits, and the Fast Recharge buff, which raises your recharge rate. I believe Fast Recharge by default is at 20% additive bonus to your recharge speed. But we have some features in this class that enhance that. Life Plant as a regenerate field. It's not that important. You could use some other things here, but we don't really care about the talent arts on Soul Hacker, unfortunately. But it's good healing. Snake Eyes to remove buffs from enemies. And then over on the Diamond Art side, Battle Pheromone simultaneously gives critical rate up and attack up. Critical rate up is a 25% additive crit rate bonus. Well, when I say additive, it is a multiplier for your native crit rate, or your in-battle crit rate, I suppose is technically more correct. But this value adds together with any other okay, it's complicated. Talk about how the exact nature of that buff later and how the calculations work, because we'll have to see some other stuff before we get to that. But anyway, getting critical rate up is really important. Getting fast recharge is pretty important. And having critical hit plus is also really nice. And attack up for more damage. Both of those are damage boosting effects. Then we have Butterfly Dust to give a damage reduction bonus to the entire party. And Dragon Decree to generate power charge in an AoE for the party. So then on top of that, we have some skills that enhance those buffs. We have Strength Support, which raises the power buff effects issued by Soul Hacker by 35%. Every character has access to the Swelling Blessing gem, but only Soul Hackers get this additional buff power increase through Strength Support. And that means that the power charge that you get from a Soul Hacker, if you have max rank Swelling Blessing, rank 10, it's 50% bonus, and the 35% from an enhanced Strength Support skill, 85% bonus to the effects of these buffs. So with something like Power Charge, which is normally a 1.5 times global multiplier to your damage, if you get this from a Soul Hacker with both Swelling Blessing and Strength Support, that's not a 50% buff, it's 1.85 times that, which is why is this hard? But like 92. Yeah, 92.5% damage bonus instead. So the 1.85 doesn't multiply by the 1.5, it multiplies the 50% bonus. So it becomes 1 plus 0.5 times 1.85. But still, that's pretty strong. And it also means that Soul Hacker gives the best fast recharge buff in the game, which is really crucial. It gives the best critical rate up buff in the game. All those are really, really nice. For other skills, we have Large Scale Shock. Extends area of effect of attack arts, which have one by 100%. This says attack arts. It's actually all arts with an AoE. So all of these AoE buff arts, they're affected by Large Scale Shock. This helps make sure that you actually hit the entire party with these and you don't need help from teammates to spread the buffs around to the party. And Systematic Defense boosts recharge speed by 60% when non-defenders are targeted, so that we'll be regenerating these buffs, spreading them around very quickly. Next I have, for gems, I'm running, need to rearrange this. I want Swelling Blessing and Refined Blessing for buff duration, and Life Saving Expertise is fine in the fourth slot, or in the last slot, the third slot. But basically we're just interested in maximizing our buff power, and then if we have to revive an ally, we can do that quickly. And then for accessories, I actually want to drop the Circle of Enlightenment, I believe, because we want a Gust Bracelet to make sure that we can spread all of our buffs instantly at the start of battle. Particularly the critical rate buff, that'll be crucial. A Shield Belt to take less damage, and a Fraternal Badge to, again, improve our art recharge speed to maximum. A buff-oriented Soul Hacker at endgame with all four of these buff arts is insanely strong, and we'll see how that comes together for the rest of the party once we get our last party member. Next is Uni. We have Uni in War Medic. Uni natively is the person with the highest healing power in the game, so she is the best healer just in terms of generating, like restoring HP to the party. We haven't really built our War Medic to maximize healing, though. It's actually just another buff source. These are well, it can use Cure Bullet. War Medic can use Cure Bullet to spread the debuff barrier art and to clear debuffs in the party. But also its other source of buffs is the Oriole art, which just generates them randomly. There are some buffs that you can't get from the random list that Oriole pulls from. But there are also some that are exclusive to that list. So a buff Soul Hacker, like a buffer Soul Hacker, gets all of the most important buffs in the game very consistently. But if you have someone with Oriole and Resonant Flag, they can pull additional buffs that may be useful and can make the party marginally stronger. And with Resonant Flag, Uni can spread around buffs that you can't get with either Oriole or anything that on the Soul Hacker loadout, like Awakening, which we'll talk about in a second. But otherwise, we've got advanced cooldown for a defense reduction or damage reduction field, and Ring of Roses for a recharge rate improvement field at the same time. And Uni's running Glittering Melody, the art that pauses buff timer, so we can make our buffs last essentially forever, and we can charge everyone's arts instantly at the beginning of combat too. And all her arts fuel her talent art recharge for spamming Glittering Melody. Yes, that's true. So having 2 fields helps you spam this faster because each of these counts as a full roll action, and you need 9 for Glittering Melody. Healing enhances that, buffing the party and clearing debuffs. Those kinds of roll actions, generating buffs, those are roll actions. So everything goes towards charging up Glittering Melody really, really fast. For skills, we have All About Support, so you can run both of those fields, both Advanced Cooldown and Ring of Roses. Strengthening Gambit, buffs last longer. This isn't that important because usually, like with Oriole, usually we're expecting to be using these buffs in Fusion, so they'll get a double duration bonus anyway, but it is really important for Glittering Melody because Glittering Melody doesn't get Fusion bonuses that can extend its duration, so you want those bonuses from Strengthening Gambit and from Refined Blessing. So similar to our Soul Hacker, we've got buff improvement gems and then life-saving expertise. But the other skill we've selected is Capable Hands. That means our talent art is charged at 100% at the start of battle, so we can use Glittering Melody instantly. For accessories, we have the Soulless Rings, Maximize Healing, Shield Belt for survivability, and Fraternal Badge for art recharge speed again. Next up is Tyon. He's another key part of our combo chain in the party. He is in Serif, and he's taking advantage of the fact that Serif is the only class that has a topple and launch fusion together. So we built him for combo support. He's running Crimson Lance plus Soaring Tempest to go instantly from break to a max duration launch. The duration on your topple feeds into your launch duration, so if you do these simultaneously, you just get launch for the maximum length possible. While the enemy's launch is a global 25% damage bonus. So it's always good to have the enemy launched, and it also just disables the enemy, so it's good because they can't do anything to fight back against you, and you can't miss them while they're toppled or launched. We're running Flashbacks as an additional source of break in case we need that. Leveling Fire to improve his damage output and also make it so that when Tyon uses arts, he'll damage himself a little bit, which will help trigger the class skill Beast Mode. Once he uses enough arts with Leveling Fire active, he will automatically hurt himself enough to grant Awakening to himself. Now, because Serif is an Agnian class, we can't put Resonant Flag on it, so even though Tyon can generate Awakening for himself, he can't spread it to the party. However, if he interlinks with Uni's in a Kavesi class that has Resonant Flag as a master art, so he can interlink with Uni. When they're interlinked, they will share buffs with each other. Then they de-interlink, and then Uni will inherit Tyon's Awakening, and she'll be able to spread that to the party with Resonant Flag. So why is Awakening really good? Awakening gives you a couple of things. It's a 50% additive damage bonus, I believe, a 50% art recharge bonus, and I think it's a 20% or maybe 25% damage reduction bonus all at once. When you have Swelling Blessing on to improve the power of that buff, that unfortunately does not improve the art recharge bonus, that stays at 50, but it does improve the damage reduction and the additive damage bonus by 50%, so they become 75 and I think 37.5 damage reduction. So lastly, he's got advanced cooldown just to have another field, defense up field in play to again make damage reduction more available to the party. For skills, he's running Beaming Edge, increases the entire party's critical rate by 20 percentage points and critical hit damage by 50 percentage points. This means that if you would otherwise have to reach 100% displayed crit to have 100% actual crit rate, instead you need to get you just need to get to 80%. That makes it a whole lot easier to achieve 100% crit rates without having to devote a bunch of skills just to enhancing your crit rate. So that's really crucial for this party. Then we have Frenzied Combo to recharge arts faster, and again, Protector's Pride for art recharge speed when non-defenders are targeted. I haven't really emphasized that point when I've brought up this this skill or the accessories that have the same effect. And the reason is we don't plan to have a defender be targeted. We plan to hold aggro with an attacker. So for his gems, he's got Double Strike just to improve the uptime of his Crimson Lance art more than anything, and then improving the power of his buffs with Swelling Blessing and Refined Blessing. Just awakening, basically. But he's also running Glittering Melody, so Taion 2 can generate that talent art and recharge everyone's arts and pause buff timers. For accessories, he's just running straight combo duration and combo success rate accessories. So a legendary Platinum Belt, a legendary Tyrant Ring, and a legendary Break Brooch. Next up in the party is Lance. He is our token defender. Even in postgame, when you're using these risky recharge effects, that's what it's labeled here in the build summary. So that's Protector's Pride or the Fraternal Badge or the equivalent, or the Systematic Defense skill on Soul Hackers. It's good to have a defender in the party because the AI won't use certain fields and certain arts like advanced cooldown unless there's a defender to use them on. So you want to have someone in a defender role normally. However, you don't necessarily want to hold aggro with your defender because that will shut off those risky recharge bonuses. So we don't plan to hold aggro with Lance. He's just here for combo support. Again, he's like, basically Taion is our topple and launch specialist, but he has flashback just because he can. And Noah is our total break specialist. And then Lance just fuses those roles by having multiple break arts and a break topple fusion and access to a launch art that he can use together. So he's running another team-wide support skill in Swift Song to improve everyone's accuracy and evasion. And then Frenzied Combo, like usual. Even though his crit rate isn't that good, this is still nice, especially considering that Taion's Beaming Edge raises his crit rate from 15 to 35. So he gets free recharge from that, and then Protector's Pride again. He's got Tri-Slash with Shield Bash to fuse these two together for an instant topple from the front, which is really nice in certain fights. He's got Flashback, and he's got Soaring Tempest, and those are paired with arts with relatively longish cooldowns. We're not that worried about him wasting Flashback because he has access to his own break art, so even if he does end up using Flashback with Luster Spike when he's not supposed to, he'll still have Tri-Slash to fall back on most of the time. Does this mean that characters are the best in those classes? Approximately. As Delia's saying, the differences are pretty marginal because, yeah, characters will vary by like maybe 15% from the worst to the best in stats like healing power or agility. That usually doesn't matter that much, but Uni does have the best healing power, so she is the best war medic. Taion has the best dexterity, so he is one of the best at doing combo support. Lance has the best HP, so he's a pretty good tank if you need that. Noah has a nice combination of attack and dexterity, so he's nice to have in an attacker role as well. Mio has the best agility, but agility tanking is not usually the best way to defend yourself late in the game, which is why she makes a good soul hacker as well. Just because we're not missing out on anyone else's strengths. And then Senna has the best attack in the game. Hey, Delia. So with Lance's gems, we have Double Strike, Accurate Grace, Steady Striker. This is all just to maximize the uptime of his arts, and we're not at all trying to improve his aggro generation. And then for accessories, these look very familiar. They're the same accessories as Tyon, pure combo support. Mio not having the M outfit and Soul Hacker is a crime. I haven't unlocked it yet. We might do that on this stream. Right. So, last in the party, and the real star of the show, is Senna as a Flash Fencer. And what I'm showcasing right now is basically the pure, most absolutely optimal setup for this class you could possibly have. I don't think it's necessarily the most practical way of doing it, but I want to discuss how it works and then see what modifications we might make. So first of all, I want to discuss these two arts, Aerial Slash and Jackal Claw. These are arts you get from Agnian classes, Incursor and Martial Artist respectively. They have a high crit rate and evade enemy attacks while the art is active. And once you've maxed out those classes, they have a recharge gauge of 5. Being Agnian arts, they normally recharge by one step by completing an auto attack in full or by canceling another art into them. So if you did an auto attack and then a cancel, you'd have 2 points out of 5 to recharge these arts. The way that interacts with Frenzied Combo is pretty important. On a critical hit, if you have maxed out Frenzied Combo, it will recharge the art that was used by 30%. So by default, that means on a recharge gauge of 5, Frenzied Combo, if you land a crit, will restore 1.5 points, 30% of 5. That means that an art cancel is 1 point, and a Frenzied Combo proc is 1.5 points. So together, that's 2.5 out of 5 points to recharge these arts. If you can also manage to achieve a 100% recharge rate bonus, so all your arts recharge twice as fast, that does affect both the recharge you get from canceling an art and the amount of the art recharge gauge that you get from Frenzied Combo. So instead of recharging 2.5 out of 5 with a cancel and a crit, if you have plus 100% art recharge rate, you will recharge 5 out of 5. In other words, if you have 100% crit rate and plus 100% art recharge, you can cancel Aerial Slash and Jackal Claw into each other because they will restore each other's cooldowns with a crit and a cancel. That's powerful by itself. It means that actually any Kevesi class, if you can achieve 100% crit rate with Aerial Slash and Jackal Claw, can be a dodge tank. If you use these two arts without fusing them, you just, in this case, do up and right on the D-pad over and over again, you will use the crit rate from the class's native weapons. I have some accessories on, so it's going to obscure this a little bit, I think. But if you look at Incursor, and I remove... Okay, I don't have any skills boosting this. At this level, Incursor's native critical rate is 34% with its weapon, and where's Martial Artist? Martial Artist's native crit rate is 35%. So if you're using those arts unfused, you're using the Incursor weapon or the Martial Artist weapon, you use the crit rates from those weapons. So even if you're in a class that doesn't have a high crit rate, if you're only using Aerial Slash unfused and Jackal Claw unfused, you will have a high crit rate anyway. And then the arts themselves have a crit rate bonus, which I want to double check because I forget the number on it. Give me 1 second. Let's see. The art crit modifier is 50%. Yeah, so the crit rate will be effectively 50% higher when using this art. It's very, very easy to achieve 100% crit rate with just these arts unfused. But the real magic that you can achieve with certain Kevesi classes that can use these two as master arts is when you can achieve 100% crit rate using the class arts as well. because that means you could potentially, you would be using the class weapon for the fusion art, both sides of it. So you wouldn't be able to use the incursor weapon or the martial artist weapon. You'd be relying on your class crit rate. But if your class can achieve 100% crit, then you can use aerial slash fuse with something and jackal claw fuse with something else and cancel those into each other over and over again. Potentially. Now, the problem is, if your class's native arts only hit once, then on a recharge gauge of, let's say, 27 with Hidden Thorn here, if that only hits one time and it lands a crit, you restore 30% of the art gauge, which is like 8 seconds or so out of 27. Or if you have the 100% art recharge rate that we discussed, you do twice that, you end up restoring 60% of the art recharge gauge. But that doesn't get you all the way back to full like it would when you're canceling and getting that extra bonus on the Agnian arts. There's no equivalent to the cancel bonus for Kavasi arts, so you can double the effect of Frenzied Combo with art recharge bonuses and make it restore 60%, but you can't get to 100%. Unless the arts hit more than one time. If your art hits twice, let's say, and both hits are a crit, Frenzied Combo will fire on both hits. So it will restore 30% twice, or if you've got 100% recharge rate bonus, it'll restore 120% of your art recharge instantly. And it just so happens that there are a couple of Kavasi classes that have multiple multi-hit arts. Flash Fencer is one of them. Hidden Thorn hits twice, and Cross Impact hits twice. Null Slash only hits once, Revolution Edge only hits once, but that's fine. We just need 2 arts that hit more than one time on a class with a respectable native crit rate. At this level, my crit rate is 29. At level 99, my crit rate would be 55, or not 55, would be 30. Your crit rate does scale a little bit by level. So what we want to try to do is have 100% crit rate while using Hidden Thorn and Cross Impact, each fused with Aerial Slash and Jackal Claw respectively. And then we can take those art fusions, we can cancel them into each other over and over again. Basically, I can just hold down ZR and press X, Y, X, Y, X, Y, X, Y, X, Y, X, Y, X, Y over and over again and win every fight that way. I wish I told you the number of hits on the info screen for the art. That would be really helpful. I agree. So the most important thing for this setup is to have 2 multi-hit Kavasi arts paired with Aerial Slash and Jackal Claw. Flash Fencer has some nice features beyond that. It has a stance in acceleration that increases the animation speed of its arts. So that means you can spam your arts back and forth into each other faster. The downside is it raises damage taken, but we're spamming evasion arts, we can never get hit, so that doesn't matter. And on the other side, currently I have Ring of Roses set here. So this is the art recharge field that you get from Troubadour. When you're standing in a Ring of Roses field, you get a 20% bonus to your art recharge speed. That's 20% of the 100% that we're looking for. Also, I have set Deflector Field as the talent art here. So even without anyone else in the party doing this or helping out, Senna can generate Awakening for herself and get 50% art recharge from the Awakening buff through Deflector Field. So she can get to 70% art recharge through no help from anyone else in the party. This works despite the fact that we have no possessional arts and therefore like nothing that can really charge an attacker's talent art gauge very quickly, because Flash Fencer has, not that one, capable hands built in. So it automatically gets a free use of its talent art gauge right at the start of battle. There are some other useful skills we have native to the class. First Move Wins makes our damage higher for the first 30 seconds of the battle, which is as long as most fights take. Fighting Instinct gives you another 50% damage bonus when you use your talent art. So if you use that at the start of battle, then you're benefiting from both of these for a little while at the start, and then you're maintaining the 50% bonus deeper into the fight. Critical Strike increases critical hit damage bonus. That works nicely with our efforts to max out our crit rate. If we're having 100% crit rate, then this just means we get this bonus on all of our attacks, which is great. It does suffer a little bit from diminishing returns when you also have Beaming Edge providing that same bonus and Analyze Weakness providing a stronger version of that bonus, but it's still a solid damage boost. But for the master skills, these are also pretty powerful. We've got Ultimate Qigong, which reduces the enemy's physical defense by 50%. That is, it subtracts 50 percentage points from their physical defense. If it goes negative, that becomes a damage multiplier. So most of the time, unless the enemy already has a negative physical defense stat, this is going to be at least a global 1.5 times multiplier to all physical damage, which is all that Sen is going to be doing. If an enemy has high physical defense, then the effect of this art can mean the difference between doing like 40% of your normal damage and 90%, which makes it more than double your actual damage output. We are, of course, running Frenzied Combo. We discussed that. And then in the last slot here, I have Dynamite Spirit right now. I'm expecting to be at full health if I'm dodging all the time. This is another additive damage bonus that we can keep up in almost all situations. There are some other options you could use in this slot to maximize damage. If the enemy is not resistant to bleed, and therefore you can apply, not immune to bleed, and therefore you can keep that applied with Hidden Thorn over and over again, then Cursed Edge will be stronger, especially when it's at max rank. I have not raised, have I raised, no, I have raised Machine Assassin to max rank, so Cursed Edge will be stronger. You can use Fighting Prowess as well. It's a weaker effect if you don't want to worry about the HP or the debuff. Greatest Warrior can be stronger if you have many enemies in the fight. That's about it. There aren't that many raw damage bonus skills you can use. Swift Death is not good because it only works at the end of fights. Yeah, if we're just looking to maximize damage, I think either Dynamite Spirit or Cursed Edge, if we're able to inflict debuffs, are going to be best in slot there. For gems, we're running Analyze Weakness. I don't have this maxed out. I believe at max rank it's a 70% or 75% damage bonus. Powered Combo is a 75% damage bonus when canceling. That's a global multiplier, independent from all the other damage bonuses, so that's extremely powerful, especially in this build. And then Swelling Blessing, again, improves the power of our awakening so that we maximize the benefit to us from that. And then accessories. For accessories, in 2 of my slots, I'm running another additive boost in Loony Rings. This is not necessarily the best, depending on the enemy you're fighting. For example, the legendary Hermit Mask. If you can keep the enemy launched all the time, the Fiber Wraps are stronger. The Hermit Mask or an equivalent for other kinds of specific enemy targets can be better, just in case you aren't able to fuse your arts for whatever reason. These will be constant if you're fighting a terrestrial enemy. This will work no matter what on all your arts, whether you're fusing them or not. Loony Rings will only work if they're fused, but Loony Rings are basically fine. They're approximately the best for this build in most situations. Then I have a Chaotic Memory in one of my accessory slots, which makes it so that if I'm canceling, then my arts cannot be blocked or evaded. I will never miss, so therefore I never have to worry about accuracy. I don't have to worry about enemy block rates. So there's nothing that will negate my crits as long as I achieve 100% crit rate, as long as the enemy's not using an evasion art themselves. This is not absolutely essential for most fights. You can go without this and use something else that maybe will make it so you need even less support from the team. But against enemies with high block rates, it can be very helpful. And just in general, it makes this build extremely consistent. But then the question is, how do we make it so that we achieve 100% crit rate? Right now, I'm standing on 29% listed here. I have the 20% from Beaming Edge on Tyon, so that would raise it to 49%. But basically, ignoring Beaming Edge, we're looking for 80% crit rate. In order to get to 80%, I want to factor in all my buffs, particularly the Battle Pheromone buff I'm getting from Mio. By default, that critical rate up buff is a 25% multiplier to your listed crit rate. Well, it's actually okay, I'll just go ahead and say this. There are a couple things that can modify your crit rate in battle. One of them is that buff. Another one is the... Where is it? Eye for weak points skill. So the buff from critical rate up and eye for weak points, I believe, are in the same category of multiplier. Whereas a skill like Cypher Edge raises your listed crit rate. So this is like your pre-battle base crit rate, and eye for weak points and the critical rate up buff are your work off of your in-battle base crit rate. So they multiply your pre-battle listed crit rate. If you had eye for weak points and Cypher Edge in this case, like just Cypher Edge by itself could raise, or just eye for weak points by itself could raise our crit rate from 29 to 58. If we had Cypher Edge, we'd be at 34. If we had Cypher Edge and eye for weak points, we could go from 34 to double that, 68%. I think I explained that correctly. So if we're trying to get to 80, we really want our, like if we're running eye for weak points, well, we'd have to factor that into with this, but without it, we're just looking at having this critical rate up buff, which is normally a 25% multiplier your listed crit rate. 125% of 29% is nowhere near 80. But Mio has Swelling Blessing to make that buff 50% stronger, and she has Strength Support to increase that power by an additional 35%. So instead of multiplying by 1.25 with both of those buff power increases, she's actually raising crit rate by 46.25%. So then the question is, how do we get to 80 if we have a critical rate up buff with a power of 46.25%? The answer is you just divide 80 by that, and you get 54.7. So really you need 55 displayed crit in order to have 80% after the critical rate up buff, and therefore 100% after Beaming Edge takes effect. So the accessory I had on a minute ago actually got me there. This is a crafted accessory that you can get with Masha. This is basically the holy grail. This is like the best accessory you could possibly get in the game. It is an attack up accessory. It's technically a little bit weaker than the Saturni rings. But with Masha's crafted accessories, they not only have higher values when you upgrade them to max rank, compared to the normal legendary versions of like equivalent accessories. Like this pro ring has a stronger effect than the ceramic belt, which is the normal best attack increase accessory. It also has 4 bonus slots that can improve various different stats. You can get things like healing power bonuses or HP bonuses or raw attack bonuses, but by far the most powerful of those sub-slot bonuses that you can possibly get is critical rate. And this accessory has the maximum possible crit rate bonus, and it rolled crit in all 4 slots. Now, to be clear, I did not get this legitimately. I cheated to roll this accessory. You are extremely, extremely, extremely unlikely to ever get an accessory from Masha that has a good attacker effect like this one, and rolls crit on all 4 slots, and gets the maximum value for crit in all 4 of those slots. But this is that accessory, and it will raise crit rate by 8 plus 7 plus 6 plus 5, which is 26 points. So that by itself will achieve 55% crit rate, and then the buff from our Buffer Soul Hacker will raise that to 80%, and then Beaming Edge takes that to 100. So as long as we have that buff up, Senna will have 100% crit rate. She'll be able to spam Aerial Slash and Jackal Claw together. So that's the crit rate part of our equation. The other part is getting to 100% art recharge speed. And that is also covered by Mio. We discussed how we have the 20% from Ring of Roses and 50% from Awakening. Mio also has this fast recharge buff with Desperate Charge. That by default is a 20% bonus. That would combine additively with the other 20 from the field and 50% from Awakening to get to 90. So with just Swelling Blessing alone, that would raise the power from 20 to 30% and get us to 100. With Strength Support, we actually get plus 37% art recharge speed instead of plus 30. So that's how this party can achieve, or that's how Senna can achieve 100% art recharge speed, despite the fact that she is currently not running any risky recharge bonuses. We didn't use any of our skill slots or any of our accessory slots to get risky recharge bonuses. We devoted everything we possibly could to maximizing damage and making sure the enemies can't block us, basically. So this is like the absolute pinnacle of what this class can achieve in terms of damage output. And I think that's everything I want to cover right now. So what I'm going to do is head over to Fornis and take on the lowest leveled super boss, which ironically is also the hardest super boss in the game. So what I'm going to hope to do is use Deflector Field at the start of the Awakening while I'm holding aggro, so I get hit, get Awakening for myself. Uni just used Glittering Melody to extend buff time. I did get hit, luckily. And I am not at full power just yet because Mio hadn't spread her buffs around, but now she has. So I have all the buffs. I can just hold down my ZR to fuse all my arts and run Cross Impact plus Jackal Claw into Hidden Thorn plus Aerial Slash over and over again. I've lost something. Okay, there we go. So yeah, the super boss is dead. And so the beauty of this is there are faster ways to kill these bosses. If you have dedicated party setups, you could, for instance, run, like, play as a sword fighter with the Aerial Slash Mighty Beat Smash, which can often be enough to reach the damage cap. And if the enemy has low enough HP, then you just win the fight instantly. But the beauty of this setup is you don't really need your teammates other than getting the buffs from Mio to do anything. You don't care about the enemy being in a combo. You don't care about whatever arts they're trying to use against you. You just hold down ZR and you mash X and Y and X and Y and X and Y over and over again, and the enemy dies. So I'll quickly run around and do the other super bosses. They'll work the same way. Next one in terms of level is Peril-Wing Ryuho, who can actually be found. Technically, it is in Lower Ishii, I suppose. Over here at Cooley Lake, that was the giant Volgull that was flying around here that we avoided a long time ago. And the thing that's supposed to be challenging about Ryuho is that he is one of 2 enemies in the game that is completely immune to Smash. The other being a boss who's a unique monster who's just completely immune to break in the first place. So you're not supposed to be able to have opportunities to do quick kills on Ryuho because you can't smash him. We don't really care about because we're not trying to smash. We're just using our fusion arts over and over again. Now he does move out of range sometimes, which is annoying. And bam, he's dead. For else you only played one, is Melia the same character? Yes.
Something so valuable here.
I won't talk about that any further, but yes. Okay. Next one is in Lower Macro Wildwood. Right here. This is the Dragon Super Boss Dreadworm Nizunt. He's probably the easiest one because he has no tricks or anything. He's just a guy in a cave. I didn't really explain this, but the hard thing about Keelocorn Grand Depths, not really at the minimum level you fight him at, but at higher levels when you refight him, oops, I died, is he has attacks that can strip your buffs. Since I died, I can show off alternate strats here. So Taion also can generate Awakening. What I'm going to do is, he already has it, interlinking with Uni. Uni now has it. Switch to Uni, use Resonant Flag. Oh, Senna died again. Right, well, we'll get back to her. We'll wait 1 second to get our buffs going again. Yeah, we've got Awakening back, so we're good to go. The engine can run again. I just have to stay within the Ring of Roses field to make sure that I keep getting that 20% art recharge bonus. Unfortunately, the 50% from Awakening and the 37 from Mio's art recharge buff are not quite enough to hit 100. If they were, this would be such a stupid build. You wouldn't even have to care about where you are on the field. But I do have to make sure I'm standing within that fast recharge field. The other nuisance with Nizunt, like all dragons, is his attacks make him back up slowly. So he just moved out of range, and that's why I wasn't able to hit him, and therefore I died. But that's alright, because I've had Awakening spread around the party, I just got it back very quickly. That was a little bit more scuffed. And that also kind of showed one of the problems that I have with this exact setup, which is just that if you are out of position, if your recharge up field dissipates, or you temporarily lose Awakening or something like that, you will lose your ability to spam your arts, and that may get you killed. So I like some other modifications to make this a little bit more practical. One of those is just dropping Dynamite Spirit for Vector's Pride. So we're getting rid of a small additive damage bonus in the grand scheme of things in favor of having Risky Recharge, so that if we have Awakening and we were holding aggro, then we have 100% art recharge automatically, no problem. We don't really need to care about being in the Ring of Roses field anymore. And we don't even really care about getting the art recharge buff from Mio either. So then instead of running Ring of Roses, we can run Resonant Flag. And now at the start of a fight, when Senna uses Deflect Field and hopefully gets hit to activate Awakening, she can also spread that Awakening buff to everyone in the party without me having to fiddle with the thing where Serif gets Awakening and then interlinks, and then the partner spreads it to the party. How does having 7 people work in this game? You still only control one directly. It's one at a time, but in this game you're able to change characters mid-combat. So if you're really skilled, you can more or less take direct control of everyone. And that's key to doing the fastest possible kills. Yeah, the mistake clarified. Yes, you're not able to control the hero in the party. So the first 6 people are the main characters that you can swap between, and then there's a hero character who joins you and you can't control them. Okay, so we made that adjustment now. We've sacrificed a little bit of damage potential for the ability to both spread Awakening around to the party much more easily and not have to worry about staying in a Ring of Roses field anymore. As long as I have Awakening and I'm holding aggro, Senna's going to have 100% art recharge bonus. Let's see here. Can you change between them in 2? No, not mid-combat. It would have been nice if you could.
That sound.
We think the cove with Imperio is over somewhere in here. Yeah, it's to the northeast. Okay. Right? I think I have my directions right. Yeah.
This is something decent, right?
Topographical info updated.
By the way, this was the last location in Arethia, so it just filled out the map for me. Why is the hero character not controllable? They're like guest party members, and they don't have the same features as the main characters. Like they don't have... Like here at the bottom, you can see 7 arts listed. The hero characters only have their native class arts. They can't import arts from other classes. They only have arts that would be on your right-hand buttons, not your left-hand ones. I don't think there's any reason in terms of technology why they couldn't have allowed you to control the heroes. There are a couple other things missing from the moveset, like they don't have a dash move. In combat, you can press on the right stick to dash, like this. You can't do that with heroes. Do all the characters switch classes like 3 houses? Yeah, a big part of this game is changing around your classes and learning new skills and arts from the new classes you start in. Okay, got Awakening. Spread it to the party. Mio's not doing a good job spreading her buffs. I lost Awakening. It's unfortunate.
This was a nice find.
That was the last of the super bosses that we can access right now. We need to go to a campsite and discuss the info about Ionios' strongest, and then we can access the last one. Is 2 a must play, or can you skip just skip to 3? I think you can absolutely just play Xenoblade 3
Sam.
And have a good time with it. Do I recommend doing 2 first? Yes. But if you just want to jump into 3 and 2 doesn't appeal to you for whatever reason, yes, you can do that.
Let's catch up on stuff.
I played this before I played 1.
Everyone got their strength back? Well, we've been found.
I thought I was
I took fall damage from that.
unstoppable.
Oops. Okay.
Oh, a welcome find.
Is that
Classic
what
Senna fall damage sounds.
Is this really the right place? Looks empty to me.
It was just a rumor. No big deal if it's false.
No. Note the silence. It's unnaturally quiet.
Huh?
What the?
I don't... Huh?
Pretty.
I lied.
Box.
Technically, this is the last story content
Can't even.
in the game. The last voiced cutscene.
Lance, behind you.
Huh?
Ah,
Ah!
Guess the rumor was actually bang on then, eh?
I don't think it's gonna let us go. We just waltzed straight into its den.
Stay frosty, guys.
nice. Okay. Hit me. I got awakening. And I instantly died. Uni was slacking. Alright.
No! No, you can't! Cannot be the end. I'll get you shipshape in no
It'll
time.
take a little bit more work to set up.
I'll get you shipshape in no time. Right back. Get the fuck up now.
Thanks for the set.
Go! Finish this whole Amazing!
Leveling fast.
I'm happy momentum.
tried to get awakening. I got it right when I died.
I'll get you shipshape in no time.
I should have paid more attention while I was doing the opening setup to make sure that Senna didn't get killed right at the start, because that is a real drag.
This can't be happening.
Got leveling fire. Launch on, that's really good. The trouble I'm having is that I'm not getting beast mode to activate because it's leveling fire causes damage to yourself. That's a percentage of your current HP. If it's already low, then you're not going to. You know what? You're allowed to retry this fight. I'm just going to reset it.
This could be dicey. Up to you. Break.
By the way, the super boss fights do not respect the normal rules for level differences, and that works in your favor. In this case, when you're low leveled, so I don't have to be like anywhere close to level 120 for this to work out. And this time, we got everything set up correctly. I didn't get killed right after deflector field. Of course, it backed up and ran me over anyway. But we did more than half its health in a few seconds. And we spread Awakening around the party, which will make it easier to get it back. We've already got it returned to us now. So I don't have to try to generate it on Tyon anymore. And we're already back in flow. Okay. There we go. So that was Serif Siritinia. That is the final super boss in the game. And unless you get memed by getting killed while from a charge attack while it's out of range or right after you use a deflector field or something, this build makes it really easy to kill it. We do get a few new soul hacker abilities from those super bosses. Most of them upgrade automatically based on the progress that I've done so far. Transient Bond just requires you to beat a specified number of unique monsters. And Transient Bond has a built-in crit recharge feature. And it's a multi-hit attack. It hits like, I don't know, I want to say like 7 or 8 times. So it can recharge itself. That's pretty cool. That's the only new art. And then for skills, Power Pick Me Up gives you a damage bonus after you've avoided damage for a set time. That's pretty bad. Hot Soul gives you a chance to survive a KO with an invincibility. Basically, it's a brute memory, but as a skill. Eagle Rush makes chained auto attacks work faster. This is pretty useless in normal gameplay, although there are funny auto attack builds you can do in the Gauntlet. And Monarch's Heart is a straight max HP bonus, which is pretty useless. Yeah. So I'm not going to be showcasing any soul hacker stuff, but that's the final unlock in the game. Let me go check Transient Bond, because I can go look in the handy dandy Google Doc for post-game combat and find out. Transient Bond. It has 16 hits. Yeah. Does this mean Lucky 7 talent art is irrelevant now? Yeah. That's Final Lucky 7 is worse than any of these Kavesi dodge spam builds. You can do it with Full Metal Jaguar as well. The catch is that the class doesn't have a very high crit rate, but the arts have a high number of hits, so almost all of the time you can get the crits to land anyway, or you can devote extra skill slots to adding things like Eye for weak points to make it possible. to reach 100% crit anyway. And the other one that's really good at it is Machine Assassin,
I'll knock him down.
because Fatal Bite and I want to say it's Havoc Slayer have 2 hits. Yeah, it's Havoc Slayer. So you can basically just use Fatal Bite and Havoc Slayer where you would use the Hidden Thorn and Cross Impact on Flash Fencer. It's just that Machine Assassin's worse at the job because its native class skills are not as good. It's hard to stack Chaos Chain because the only art in the class can use that the only native class art that triggers it is Terror Onslaught, which works from the rear. And a lot of enemies are highly resistant to debuffs in late game. It is unblockable, which is nice. Sometimes that means you don't need to bother with the Chaotic Memory. But generally the class skills are not very good. So you're just running your master skills and the Fatal Bite and Havoc Slayer fusions with Aerial Slash and Jackal Claw. Still very, very strong. It's just not quite as elite as Flash Fencer. So that was Serif Xeritenia, but beating those 5 super bosses, we kind of cheated because we used this accessory from Masha. So a fair question to ask is, what if you don't have access to something like this? What do you do to make up the difference? Now, it's pretty easy to get an accessory from Masha that has a couple of crit rate bonuses. And if you have something with a reasonable amount of crit on it, not the absolute max, which is 26, then you can find some substitutes by just changing a couple skills or other accessories. For example, if you have at least 10 points of crit on your Masha accessory that you're carrying, then you just need to have Cypher Edge as one of your skills, which might mean you drop Protector's Pride, and you also run, like if you want to have that risky recharge bonus, instead of having to run Ring of Roses, then you'll need to run Fraternal Badge in one of your accessory slots instead. Either the Chaotic Memory slot if you're not worried about getting blocked or evaded, or your damage accessory slot. So that can work. You can just run Cypher Edge. By the way, it has to be Cypher Edge with rank 20 Sword Fighter. I don't have maxed out Cypher Edge on Senna unlocked right now. At rank 20, it'll be boosting critical rate by 50% instead of 20%. So that's a much more substantial effect. But if you're a max level Flash Fencer with 30% crit and then you have 50% max value Cypher Edge, that'll raise your crit rate to 45. Then you get a plus 10 from somewhere. That gives you to 55. That's the threshold value. Failing that, you can also run Eye for weak points. So again, I believe that that's in the same multiplier category as the crit rate buff from Mio's Battle Pheromone art. So this would this buff with Mio's buff strength bonuses is worth I'll run the numbers again because I forget. It's like 1 plus 0.25 times 1.85. So 46.25%. And then you're adding 1 to that modifier. So to reach 80 with both fully stacked Eye for weak points and the buff from Mio, you just have to have a 33 displayed crit rate. Unfortunately, Flash Fencer does not reach that natively. The maximum it gets at level 99 is 30. So you're like 3, or in this case 4 points short of being able to get to 100% crit with just Eye for weak points. But you can run Eye for weak points with any crit boosting accessory. So one thing you could try is having, like if you don't have a Masha accessory at all, you can use Saturni rings and thermo headgear. And in our case, probably you'd want to use Cypher Edge if you have that at max rank. But in our case, Eye for weak points. This will let you do all the things we've been doing without having any Masha accessories. But in this case, because I'm not using any risky recharge, I will need to have Ring of Roses active as well. So that's the poor man's no Masha accessory setup for our Flash Fencer Senna. Let's get that a spin. We'll try Seritania at the next level of challenge, raising it from 120 to 125. As you fight these super bosses at higher challenge levels, they unlock new arts or stronger arts or certain skills that they have that can reset effects that you inflict. They all have different gimmicks, really. And I was not in a Ring of Roses field. I neglected to set that up for myself in time. So that's why I didn't have my arts recharging fast enough. So I need to spread Awakening to the party now. Which I have done. And there we go. We're off to the races. So my damage output's a lot lower. In this case, I don't have the Looney Rings for that plus 100% additive damage bonus. And I don't have an extra damage bonus in my skills either. But it does make the build work. Is the instant kill bite a higher level art or is that base? I don't remember. I think it's a higher level one though.
Let's hustle for the muscle.
Let's upgrade one more time, see if we can still do this. This should be able to beat Therapeutic Seritania at all levels. It's just going to be slower than the situation where we have the cheated Masha accessory. I think I lost Awakening, just why my art slowed down. Yeah. Mio failed, or Uni failed to use Glittering Melody in time, I guess. That worked out all right.
Funny finding one here.
What meal do I have on? Oh, the drop rate thing.
Let's hustle for the muscle. I sense our foes are competent.
Okay, while I have Glittering Melody going, I'm going to while I have Deflected Field going, I've switched over to Uni to use Glittering Melody. Read that. And I've just spread Awakening to the party, so even if I get killed, my Resonant Flaggers in the party can share it back to me, and I will not have to struggle to get Awakening back. Where's my Awakening? Oh, I didn't share it because I don't have Resonant Flag myself. So only Tyon has it. Never mind. Forgot about that detail. So I do need to get it back on Uni first. And then have her use Resonant Flag. And now we're good to go. The strat is we're achieving 100% crit rate and 100% art recharge speed on a flash fencer, so that we're spamming fusion arts using Jackal Claw and Aerial Slash and having permanent evasion uptime. I messed up the setup on this particular fight, so I didn't. I lost my awakening buff, and therefore I don't have 100% recharge. And I failed it again. That's fine, but it worked out anyway.
You what?
Okay, we'll do that
Be following me.
a couple more times
Let's hustle for the muscle.
I don't like our chances.
so that we can unlock Mio's outfit.
First come, first serve. I should have done more.
You hurt Mio.
Really, I lost aggro.
Everything's wrong. Miles, you can't fall here. Recharge. Refractive edge. Enemy's broken away from me. Show us what you got, Senna. Still have work to do. Good. Inferno. Here we go. For crying out.
Just got awakening. Spread that. Uni. There we go. Off to the races once again. Do not know how I got killed there. I like that Seritania has an art called Star Spangled Fan.
Moving on up. Yes,
So, which level was that?
let's hustle.
That was the one before 150. Okay, I want to do it one more time. So another thing you can do to modify this, if you like the idea of being able to spread awakening and you want to have risky recharge somewhere in the set, is so you're not relying on being in a Ring of Roses field, is you can drop one of the damage boosting skills. So in order to get 100% crit rate, we need Frenzied Combo to get our arts recharged. We need Eye for weak points. In this case, we need our crit boosting accessory, Thermo Headgear. So the choice is, and we probably want Chaotic Memory, but we could drop that. So basically our choices are, we could get rid of the Chaotic Memory and put on a Fraternal Badge, or we could drop the Saturni Rings for Fraternal Badge, or we can drop Ultimate Qigong for a Fraternal Badge, or for Protector's Pride. This Ultimate Qigong is stronger in almost all cases than Saturni Rings. The only case where it's not is when an enemy already has very low negative physical defense. So in this build, our best candidates to drop would be Saturni Rings or Chaotic Memory. Saturni Rings are also tough to lose because that is basically a global 1.4 times damage multiplier. But we can take the Chaotic Memory off and just accept that we might miss, or we might get blocked That's not a great idea against this super boss because at higher levels, Serif Sirotenia gets really high agility, which becomes a problem. Its chaotic memory compensates for that, but we can try it out and see what happens.
We would do well to steel ourselves.
Hidden thorn! I have to keep the team together. I'll patch you up. Stay with me.
I spread awakening to the party should help them inflict combos really consistently. But so you're seeing a couple cases where I'm failing to get recharge on Aerial Slash or Jackal Claw or one of my Kavesi arts because at least one of the hits was not a crit. So if Jackal Claw or Aerial Slash go through, I can at least use the D-pad to use those arts by themselves to keep my evasion up. But if those don't get fully recharged because I failed to get a crit or I missed, then there's not much I can do but just spam other arts to try to get them recharged faster. So that means that you can't spam all your buttons as consistently anymore.
You guys, I'll get you shipshape in no time. I'm alive and kicking.
Now the virtue of having shared awakening across the party early on is I can get it back after dying. So getting messed up like that is not that big a problem in this setup. But the loss of consistency doesn't mean it's, you know, a disaster, but it's just not going to work as smoothly as a perfectly set up version of this where you're not, where you have a chaotic memory. So depending on the enemy you're fighting, I think it may actually be very, very reasonable. If you can't get any Masha accessories to give you extra crit rate, then
I'll get you shipshape in no time.
then drop the Saturni rings or a fraternal badge instead. But even a very, very modest Masha accessory can do it. Like any crafted accessory that gives you 10 points of crit, which is not super easy but doable, can do the job. So if you get one with a useful effect, like the fraternal badge effect or the crit rate bonus effect or the attack bonus effect. Well, attack or the fraternal badge effect can both be very good. You just get plus 10 on those. With the crit rate bonus effect, you can, I think, get a slightly lower value. I'm looking at the document. Apparently, you can get just 9 points of crit on that, and that will also do the job. So basically, get a plus 10 on any plus 10 crit on any Masha accessory that you'd want to put in these accessory slots. So the plus attack, or plus crit rate, or plus recharge speed, and then you've got something that you can use to fill one of these slots and compress the 3 accessories that we're using now into 2, and therefore you can still run chaotic memory. And not need, so yeah, you can still run chaotic memory, and in that case, you may not need the eye for weak points either. What's the difference between the characters that they can all change classes? They unlock classes at different rates. So when you unlock a class in the game, one designated character will be the first one to inherit it, and then everyone else unlocks it later as you use the class more and more. And they have different aptitudes for learning that class, so they will train up and gain ranks in that class faster depending on their aptitude. So in the course of the story, that means that some characters will have earlier access to abilities than other characters, or you'll have to go out of your way to train someone in a class that they're not very proficient in, or you have to pay coins to buy ranks in the class for them. In post-game, it basically doesn't matter except for very marginal differences in their raw stats that you see on the left. Like Noah has the second most attack and the second highest dexterity in the party, but pretty low healing power. Uni has the best healing power, but terrible HP, so she's not good at tanking. Tyon has the best dexterity and pretty good healing power, but has awful agility. Senna has the worst accuracy. Lance, I think, has the worst healing power, but has the most HP, that kind of thing. so we've killed the level 150 version of Serif Sirotenia. And that means, I believe I've already unlocked this. In basically the last patch for the game, they added a couple new accessories that or new outfits that you can unlock with this NPC Amiibo Me. You can also unlock them with Amiibo, which is why he's called that. But I don't know the unlock condition for... How do you... It's supposed to be beating Serif Sirotenia at level 150, right?
I should write this all down.
Let me just fix this.
I unlocked Mithra's sword by mastering all the blades.
Right.
I maxed out the interlink trees, didn't I? Yep, maxed out soul trees, so I got that. Why is the option to claim this from Amiibo Me not coming up? I'm on current patch, right? Yeah, 2.2.0 is the current patch. That's what I'm running. I'm confused. Well, maybe I won't be able to feature Mio's outfit right now. It's sad. I just don't know why Amiibo Me is not cooperating. But anyway, at the Landed Challenge, you can also take this build for a spin there.
Let me just...
That I want... Don't need to spread buffs in this situation, so I'll just run wide slash.
fix this.
Heard I was committing Masha tax evasion? I guess so. Well, alright. So, prior to this, I've actually beaten the gauntlet several times on this save file. So I have purchased almost all of the emblems already. From the Archsage's page blue, you can pay to raise the base rank of all the emblems you buy in the gauntlet up to possibly +2, instead of their +0 or +1 versions. You can also unlock certain emblems. I'm not really going to discuss the quality of all the different emblems, but at least not all at once. But as they come up in the run, try to discuss them.
Can't forget our progress update.
Choose whichever challenge tickles friends' fancy.
So we're going to run this with Senna as our main character. With her, we're going to want to have a mostly Agnian party so we can use the Agnian Zeal and Agnian Prosperity emblems, things like that. So we're going to be looking for Masha early on, actually, to get Beaming Edge in the party, the buff that Tyon was carrying for us before. We're going to want 3 Agnian attackers, ideally. So we'll want Rex so he can topple and launch. We'll want at least one of Riku and Manana or Alexandria, so we have someone who can break. And then we'll want either the other one of those or Kamaravi. Or, failing that, maybe Melia. And then we'll want to round out the squad with Agnian healers. On my heroes, I have equipped many of them with new accessories. Like Melia has a memory locket. Masha is carrying healing boost, more HP, a damage reduction. That's pretty standard loadout. I do have some damage focused stuff on Rex, I believe. Yeah, ceramic belt and then more HP and a shield belt. I'm just trying to make sure that all my heroes are as tanky as possible. Amaravi's got a platinum belt to extend his topple duration. I've got break brooches on both Riku and Manana and Alex, and Riku and Manana have a memory locket to revive people. We've got Miyabi, Fraternal Badge, Shield Belt, Titanium Temple Guard. Fiona, similar. She's carrying a brute memory, so she can't get killed. She saves herself from dying at least once in every fight. Yeah, so similar things with the other ones. So the heroes do maintain their equipment in this mode. You can't ever change their gems, but you can change their accessories in post-game. The arts you select determine which ones they have at the start of battle, but they actually have access to all of their arts. So Fiona, for example, will have Resonant Flag, Max Effort, and Unbreakable Heart charge at the start of battle, but she can also eventually charge up Lightning Passion and Illuminate, which are not very good, but she can use them. So that's how that works. They do have access to more than just their listed arts. But the arts you select are also the only ones that you can use when you start chain attacks in the gauntlet. So that's an important consideration. Anyway, I think that's enough preamble. So here we go.
This challenge is real argy-bargy. Commence.
Now on the Pro Gauntlet, you start with 3 shuffle tickets, so you can reset the shots very quickly if you don't get the heroes you want early on. Masha is so essential that I would actually reset the run after wave 2 if I don't see her, but here she is in the first shop, so thank you.
I'm fully equipped for action.
So for the next shop, we're just looking for basically any Agnian healer or attacker. That'll be satisfactory. These are not. So we'll shuffle. Rex is beautiful.
It'll be my pleasure.
That, please.
Be all that you can be.
More of that, please.
And we got Agnian Zeal right off the bat too. That is excellent. So Masha's not an Agnian, but Rex is. We need 2 more Agnians to trigger the effect of this emblem. But once we have it, it'll be a very nice damage and launch charge bonus.
We are so winning this. We have begun.
Got Izzard. Excellent.
At your service.
One really nice thing about Izzard is that his skill in his Strategos class that gives an attack buff at the start of battle will always trigger in this mode. You always count as initiating the battle yourself and not getting ambushed. So it just works every time. Basically just saving my points now until I get one more Agnion. That'll be the goal, and then we'll focus on emblems that affect our damage output. Enemy rush is a really annoying event because it means the enemies stream in one at a time. And we don't quite have everything we need to get all of our arts recharged super quickly to help us clear those faster. But this is fine. Hold off for a little bit longer. I want to make sure I'm holding on to 5,000 coins, and then beyond that we can start spending them. I guess I don't mind losing a bunch of the Nopwatch right now. I'll have plenty of time to charge that up again. Water stages suck. These are both good emblems. I think I'm going to take defense up. Tickle Whimsy is helpful too. We don't really care that much about the distinction between whimsies and events. Whimsies are the events, are the, so to speak. Whimsies are the random things that happen in the shop, where you get a selection like we just had, where you could choose to lose 30% of the Nopwatch and gain more score, or just gain 500 points for free. Events are the things that happen on stages. Events, I think, can be more lucrative, but they can also be more disruptive. So whimsies on the whole are nicer to get, I think. But we actually just, one of the things we really care about getting this emblem is just the fact that it's a curse, that it has a downside. There are other emblems that give you bigger bonuses the more curses you have. So having a curse is not a bad thing. Next is a boss. Should be really easy.
I can fight as brightly as anyone.
To be a battle for the ages.
Not awakening. We get a free emblem, and we also have full shuffle tickets right now. Combo to chain is something we're not likely to do. We don't have the means to execute smash or burst. Raising decks is fine, but maybe we can find something better. Ticket line, I think, is the best choice to get a chance at free shuffle tickets when visiting the shop. Oh, I shouldn't. Did not mean to use Deflector Field right away. I don't have aggro. Ooh, got another level of Agnion Zeal. We're still looking for another Agnion for the party, but that'll be good to have. Beyond that, the other thing we're really looking for is any kind of recharge buff. Ooh, okay. This is a shop with a huge selection, so it's a really good time to use our shuffle tickets if we want to fish for more stuff. I don't care that much about these emblems just yet, so we'll shuffle and dig for stronger ones. I don't want to pay for another rank of Agni and Zeal. That's really expensive, and it doesn't even work yet, so we'll look for maybe another hero can pop up. Okay. One more try. Remember, we can always get a rebate on these because we have that shuffle ticket emblem. We can just get free tickets randomly. Healing power up is really good. Score up is useful, but it's kind of punishing right now. It'll cut our HP by a lot. Role unity is strong, but I don't have 4 of the same role, and I won't have that soon. So I'm going to take small unit tactics, and that'll raise my recharge speed in proportion to the 3 missing members that I have in the party right now. We want to get to a point where just using our 3 class arts right off the start of battle can charge up our Agnian arts. And then we can get our evasion going. Save for a hero. Ow. Well, first time getting KO'd. Lost the non-KO bonus. Unfortunate. I had a chance there. I just didn't use my evasion art fast enough. Well, we got a hero and a huge selection. Unfortunately, it's gray, and we don't want him just yet. Focus attackers would be really good, but I still want to save for another Agnian. So I'll pass on that right now. Focus healers also could be quite helpful. I really should just lead with acceleration into cross impact into Hidden Thorn. Or do an auto attack at the start. Oh, sweet. Nia is really good to see. Gives a party-wide damage reduction bonus and is just an excellent healer to keep everyone on their feet all the time. Thank you, game. That's going to be our last healer, so we're strictly looking for Riku Manana, Alexandria, Kamaravi, or maybe Melia. For our last 2 heroes. I don't want to lose the rest of my watch now, so we'll go with Mystery Beasts. Maybe we'll get lucky and get lucky monsters. And we did get lucky monsters. And I can't kill them fast enough.
I'll be right with you. I'll admit.
This is an emergency. Time for launch charge. Oh, I killed the lucky monster. I might actually lose right now. My god, I did.
You guys. Prince will just have to try again. Try better.
So that was going really, really well at the start, and then I never got enough recharge bonuses, and didn't buy enough defensive emblems to compensate for that. I'm going to do the trick where I force quit the game instead of letting it register that I've lost, so that I'll be able to resume after the first boss, just to save a little bit of time. Fortunately, this takes a while. Okay, loading it back up now. Come to think of it, did I put the fraternal badge on? Maybe I put the wrong accessory on. No, I did. I can look at the save file and see. The audio stream's bitrate 0 is lower than the recommended bitrate. No kidding, there was no audio at all. Thank you, YouTube. Okay, almost loaded. One more moment. Honestly, what I should have done is as soon as I noticed that it was lucky monsters, I should have used my launch charge immediately so I could focus down the Pepito without having to worry about the two Ferrises really messing me up. But I got KO'd a couple times early and didn't have enough momentum to finish that wave. Okay, game audio is not coming through, I think. Is game audio coming through now? Looks like it.
More of that, please.
Acceleration!
Mirror trap. Look on it. I got you. Don't give up.
Wide jackal claw!
Magnificent.
Aerial flip!
Solid. Solid mid. Making good headway, I see.
Wow, thanks! Wide slap!
Rolling. One good turn deserves another. I'm grateful.
Okay, back in it. I want... These are both really good. And the dexterity will help a lot for Senna in particular.
You're so winning this!
Golden heart.
I'm still okay!
I got you. Don't give up.
Debuff to break is also good.
Brute force is my jam! First come, first serve!
More of that, please. I'll admit, they've got some metal.
You've got to learn when to step back.
We'll take Curse... Well... No, I want Curse to recharge, but we'll take it later. Once we bought another hero. Dropping Manza could help us dig for a hero, so let's take that.
We are so winning this!
Golden
Acceleration! I'm still okay!
You've got to learn when to step back. I'm not
Group fight's probably a good time to go ahead and use Deflector Field.
Don't give in. All eyes are on you. Time to wake up, sleepyhead.
schoolboy error.
Okay, well we got a couple heroes on offer, but not ones we want. Shuffle those. Sorry, Othel, don't want you. Still a miss, and... Okay. Juniper is technically an option. I really don't want them, though. Because Juniper has horrifically long art animations that can slow down the run a lot. So instead of any of those choices, I'm going to take agility up. That should help with survivability, too.
We're so winning this!
Right to me.
Nothing to worry about.
just shy of 5,000. At least we didn't see any heroes to make us sad about that.
We're so winning this.
Together we cannot lose. Magnificent.
Combine and hit Thor. Hey, that feels pretty good.
Wonderful.
Wide slap.
Okay, Miyabi's good. Swift Song will be a nice help, and it's not quite as strong as having Nia, but she's still a very good and helpful character to use.
I love being with you guys. Just another routine battle, right?
Move, Shadow! Golden Hawk,
I hate fighting urchins.
Acceleration. Deflector. Did we upset them?
I'll make it through. I have to.
Keep climbing on the damn self.
Not a problem when you hit while it's stretched out and not blocking.
We're so winning this.
First strike.
It's lucky monsters.
Cheering for it now.
Use the launch charge to increase our score bonus from killing it. And there we go. Now we're over 11,000. That's a tremendous help for buying all the emblems we want. And we have 4 Agnians. We're not really hard pressed to go get more heroes right now. We'll focus on the emblems that will help us out. And focus attackers will be one of them.
We're so winning this. Acceleration. Cross. It's we have on the damage.
Absorb HP is nothing spectacular, but also not bad. We'll take it. We're going into a boss. Now, we used our launch charge on Lucky Monster, so we won't be able to use it on the boss fight.
Anyone.
But that should be alright. Oh, lost aggro. Unfortunate. You see how much damage that did? Granted, it's only second boss, but still. I don't want Kavesi Zeal. Defense up could be good, but let's shuffle. I forget, do I have the ticket? Yes, I do. I do have ticket line still. Didn't lose that on the reset. Moneybags will be great later. Curse to Recharge is the choice here. Now we have that, we'd be interested in buying just about any curse that doesn't seriously harm our combat abilities.
Nice job.
Hi Nia, I don't want you anymore, sorry. So we'll buy Attract Events because it's one of those curses. Could buy Focus Attackers, but the marginal benefit going from +2 to +3 is not that huge, and we still want to spend our money on basic emblems that can help us out in a bigger way.
If we want to live, we've got to fight.
I'm afraid, but I'm ready.
Rolling.
Oh, nice job, Sean. Hey, this feels pretty good.
Wow. Good going.
Back up after use. This is a good emblem later on. And it's pretty rare. Let's go ahead and take it. Stopwatch is getting pretty low. I'm not that worried about it just yet, but we'll consider buying refills in the next couple waves. It might become a problem. There's always the chance we get a Whimsy that just restores it for us, though. Slow Knopwatch is very important.
If we want to live, we've got to fight.
I'm afraid, but I'm ready.
Redouble my cross impact. Sweet rain.
I'll take attack up, sure. And we'll hold out just a little bit longer on the knock watch. Oh, that's not good. It's a really bad event for low knock watch.
Got a good feeling about this. Keep piling on the damage.
But we're going real fast through these waves, so we survived. Auto attack up is not something we want to take right now because it has a recharge penalty. So that won't help us stack the bonuses from the Curse to Recharge emblem.
We've got a fight.
It's shaping up to be a battle for the ages.
Acceleration. Come on,
All eyes are on you.
No love lost!
Knock watch recharge, please. Yep. Have to go for it now. And we'll take max HP up as well.
I can train as brightly as anyone. We've got no other choice. Golden Heart.
Not enemy rush again.
Acceleration.
Keep racking them up! Anchor shot!
Majestic zone.
I'm not done yet!
I got you. Don't give up.
Rolling smash! Battering free!
I'll try to keep up.
Double spinning
I
it!
have to keep the team together.
Allow me to soothe your weary souls.
Nice job. Crush.
Double spinning it!
Accelerate aerial. Flash.
I have Awakening and I have the Paternal badge up, so I am at 100% recharge speed. I don't have 100% crit rate in this party because I don't have a Soul Hacker with their stupidly strong critical rate buff, but yeah, we're doing the best we can. Hold on to some money here. Ticket swap. Receive a shuffle ticket but lose one block of launch charge. Tickets are worse than launch charges basically always, so I never want to use this. We'll take Not Punch Generosity. It is possible to use shuffle tickets on whimsies, so if you don't like either choice, you don't have to pick one. You could,
Shaping up to be a battle for the ages.
in principle, use your shuffle ticket instead. It's not always the best move, but it's something worth considering.
Anchor shot!
Max HP up, I'll take it.
I shan't be putting much thought into this one.
Blue shadow!
Empty shell. Platinum shard.
Got them missed, eh?
You've a talent for battle.
Wide flat.
No love lost!
Another boss stage coming up. We'll take a Curse for sure. And I do want Tickle Whimsy upgraded. Let's take it.
I can train as brightly as anyone.
You have my support. Let's go.
Hit more. Deflector field.
Platinum shard.
Cross blade!
Acceleration.
No
Pretty good.
Thanks for that.
You're in for it now.
Use my launch charge for the bonus. And made it through. So far we're not having too much trouble. Oh, we got free Agni and Zeal. That's good. Debuffing attack would help, but we're not doing an auto attack build, so it's not like crucial for anything. We'll take Agni and Zeal. Let's see. Go from there. Robert, you're watching 3 while playing 3. It's a beautiful thing, isn't it?
Shaping up to be a battle for the ages.
Sorry.
Oh, I guess I should have used Deflector Field.
Not made of glass.
Shattered parade. You're in for it now.
And I'm going to go ahead and use my launch charge for some safety.
Let's issue their prediction.
I've got to help.
Making good headway, I see.
One thing you might be seeing is bind on the enemies. Izzard's inflicting that fairly consistently. Debuffs work better in the gauntlet than they do in the post-game content because most of the enemies you fight are just regular enemies with a whole bunch of stat increases. They don't really have a lot of debuff resistance. And there are bonuses you can get from emblems that make enemies more vulnerable to debuffs, significantly more so than in normal gameplay. So debuffs like Bind can become a lot more effective than they would normally be. We'll buy the discount card. It's certainly early enough in the run that that will matter, and will pay for itself, and we'll increase our score as well. Ooh, lucky monsters. And Mr. Pepito. Nice. Ooh, big shot. We can buy... Don't want other zeal. Probably don't want to pay for high level ticket whimsy right now. Don't want auto attack up because of the slower recharge. So let's buy focus attackers. And let's shuffle and see what else we can find. Triton is an attacker. It's not the one we're looking for though. Attack up is good. Ticket line could be helpful. We'll go with debuff rate. That's a curse. And attack up +3. And now just see if we get something really nice in the last group here. First to recharge +3 is the one I'm thinking of getting. Yeah, I think that makes the most sense right now. Slightly stronger recharge bonus for all those first emblems we're buying. Another lucky monster wave. That's really nice. That Pepito was about to use the escape route art, which is where it disappears, so launch charge prevented that. Boss HP down is a really important emblem. Really glad to see that.
If we want to live, we've got to fight.
Be all that you can be.
Nice job. Snooze it. Hit. Back the attack.
Combo duration up is very good. That increases the duration of the launch charge launches too. So it's not just the combos you do naturally. I'll hold on to my money though, and not buy agility up, because I would like to be able to pay for a hero if I see one.
I'm afraid, but I'm ready. I'll look after you all.
Like well within.
Not you, Juniper. Green Opwatch refill, why not?
I'm trying as brightly as anyone.
The sheer thrill. Moonshine! All eyes are on you!
Snooze it.
Agni and Prosperity is really nice to see. We could use shuffle tickets and fish for another legendary emblem. This is an all legendary shop. Take the discount card. With more items. We probably won't have enough score after this next wave to be able to buy anything really important in the next shop, unfortunately, but let's still fish for stuff, see what we get. And in fact, we do have enough to pay for a hero, we just don't have a hero that we want. Shuffle. Shuffle again. No dice. Healing power up is a useful choice. We'll save the rest for a potential further hero.
To be a battle for the ages.
We've still got this in the bag. Cross Imperial. On damage.
So many water levels. They suck because it takes longer to recover from your art animations if you end up falling underwater. So any art where you jump up out of the water and then you sink down and it takes longer to do things.
I'm trained as brightly as anyone.
It's shaping up to be a battle for the ages. Golden heart.
Nice job.
Jackal Claw is an example.
To win more.
I guess we'll take area attack. The boss next, so there's not much else we want to save for. This is the wave 40 boss. Okay, Varga.
Anyone.
It's not too bad. The bosses are all the same. They're static for a given round. It's not like they're randomized. So you can know ahead of time what you're going to face. And we launched it, got the bonus, and we're through. Ooh, a free shuffle ticket. Would upgrade ticket line or fence up. Fast attack would slow down our art recharge speed, so I don't want that. Let's take this for free. Why not?
I can shine as brightly as anyone.
There's a Pepito.
But I'm ready. I have to stay strong.
I probably should have used my launch charge for the bonus, but whatever.
Keep piling on the damage.
Yes! Incredible!
To win.
I'll make it through. I have to.
I have to stay
Nothing good
strong.
comes of
I got
pushing
you.
oneself.
Don't give up. I'll make it through. I have to. One good turn deserves another.
You fired me up.
Boss HP down, that's good. Max HP up, also good. We're sitting pretty right now.
A clear
We'd like to see
strategy can fell even the toughest.
next heroes that we want, fill out the party, and then we'd like to save money for the money bags emblem so we can really start maximizing our score gains.
Platinum star. All eyes are on you. To win. Keep piling on the damage.
Wow, good going.
I guess we'll buy small unit tactics.
I can shine as brightly as anyone.
A clear stratagem can fell even the toughest.
Always good to have in the meantime.
Jackal claw. Snowdrift.
Wedges.
Keep piling on the damage.
Wow, good going.
All right, we got Miko and Manana. Very good. So with them, they're the best breaker because their break art hits twice, so it has 2 break chances, and it has a much faster recharge than Alex's. So with them, we'd really prefer to see Kamaravi, probably. Although Melia would also be a really strong choice. Alex would be like probably a distant third as an option, but still acceptable. And I'll go ahead and use a shuffle ticket just in case we do luck into something really strong. You know what? Focus healers is worth it. And you don't really want to carry all 3 shuffle tickets because then you can't randomly get more from the ticket line anymore.
Feel sorry for them. Solid silver.
Moon Shadow!
No, I don't want to shuffle right now. Wait and see if we get another hero.
Stratagem can fell even the toughest enemy.
Knopwatch stays still, that's nice. Knopwatch hasn't been a problem for us in a long time, but it's still a benefit. Faster chain build. This is probably worth taking, just because it's a curse. slowing down our launch charge buildup is a drag, but just getting more recharge speed is helpful from the first to recharge emblem. Don't want to do ticket swap. We'll go with level shift.
Rocks on the money. Oh, someone's gotten missed, eh?
I'll try to keep up.
I'll hold my money for now.
I can train as brightly as anyone.
Typically, in these longer, oh, should use my launch charge first. Longer version of the gauntlet, it's, yes, you want to buy the entry-level versions of the important emblems, but it's more important to then save your score and build up to 100,000 points so that you can get maximum value out of the Moneybags emblem, which raises the attack multipliers from your other emblems, than it is to buy upgraded versions of those same emblems. I will save for now. You don't really need Not Watch Recovery in the next shop, so we'll take a free 500 points.
We've got a fight.
The sheer thrill.
Double spinning it!
Majestic zone.
Please!
Keep piling on the damage. Classic Senna.
Fire foe. Golden heart.
Empty shell.
You may not be able to tell because I haven't really given a frame of reference for this in any previous streams of the Pro Gauntlet, but this is so much faster than a lot of weaker builds that you can use. There are even stronger builds. There's a Serif build that can kill everything in an AoE in one talent art usage at the start of each stage, but compared to some of the other things I've experimented with, this is so easy. Okay, it's big selection. Let's see if we can get a hero we want. Or any crucial emblems. Not a Shira. We'll take the basic debuff duration emblem though.
We've got a fight.
A clear stratagem can fell even the toughest enemy.
Keep piling on the damage.
Breathing as one!
I'll try to keep up.
Yeah, Delia, that's basically right. It's more important to have a weaker version of all the different buffs you want than it is to upgrade any particular emblem. Yes. Could max out max HP, but not right now. This is another boss wave coming up. The next one is this what's his face?
I can train as brightly as anyone.
I could not come up with his name. It's Chris. I knew it was a console.
Yes. Incredible.
Acceleration! Jackal claw! Hey, this feels pretty good. We can. Let's prove we know the shoulders.
Rolling smash!
Win moves! I won't fail you.
Cross! No way!
You're in for it now.
Double spinning it!
Enemy not look happy.
Roll Unity will be good as soon as we get a fourth attacker. Let's go ahead and grab that. Also a curse, so we get more recharge from our curse to recharge emblem. Thank you.
If we want to live, we've got to fight.
You have my support. Let's go.
First strike to me!
Love it. Cross.
Magnificent.
Rolling
Pretty
smash!
good. The nano inspired. Got a good feeling, Jackal.
Keep racking them up!
Combine and strike.
Shadow!
Are defenders ever worth it, or are you passing them for this build? They're really not worth it if your controlled character is not themselves a defender in most cases, unless you're doing a pure auto attack build, because then you can't use Fraternal Badge or Protector's Pride consistently. And being able to max out your recharge speed is really helpful because almost all of your damage and almost all of your tanking ability in the party really rests on you as the player. I think we've gotten enough buffs at this point to our recharge speed that we can afford to take auto attack up.
No time for candles.
Double spinning it!
Friends must not overdo.
You know what? We'll grab fast attack as well.
No time for candles.
Those two together have a pretty significant impact on our art recharge speed, so that may not have been totally the wisest choice. But I think we're surviving. Hi, Nia. Sorry you're late to the party. We'd like to see the Moneybags emblem at some point. I don't have it yet.
Riku lend wing. First strike to me.
Moon Shadow!
2 more curses, though. Recover Nopwatch or see Lucky Monsters or Mobius. I think the Mystery Beasts. We haven't had a Mobius event yet. And we're not about to start now.
My support. Let's go.
Double spinning it!
God, it's nice to be able to kill defender enemies and 2 fusion arts. It'll teach you to inflict target lock on me. Now I'll take the resupply. Another lucky monster. Thank you, game. Might as well use a shuffle ticket. Each could be really strong, but I don't want to fill my last party slot. I want an attacker there for sure. So, we'll pass.
A clear stratagem can fell even the toughest enemy. Magnificent. I've found my stride.
Whoa! Good going.
Use my shuffle ticket. And that's again.
Final set.
Got another free shuffle ticket. Let's do it. This shop is only cursed emblems. I think we have basically all the emblems that are curses, though, so we're not likely to find any additional ones to help that much. Still, some of these could be quite powerful, so let's like cycle through and see if any of them are great. Ooh, rescue recharge. That is a new one. Okay.
Majestic zone! All eyes are on you!
Garafas and Camilles are healer enemies, so it's often worthwhile to focus on them if you remember to do that first. Next is a boss. Again, that one is... Let's look this up. I think it's... We've had J and Chris. I think it's D, and then at stage 70 is definitely D and J, so that this should be D. And the trick with D is he has an art that gives him a ton of regen. You want to stop him from doing that with a launch charge or a chain attack. Oh, it's D and J separately. And then the level 70 boss, I think, is Mobius D and J fused. Didn't even use Singling Fire. Thank you. I guess defense up is the best value here. Still looking for money bags somewhere. One advantage to buying upgrades of the emblems you already have, though, to slightly counterbalance the principle of you really want to get a bit of everything and then save your money, is if you max it out, it can't appear in the shops anymore, so you can more consistently find the other emblems you actually want. I'm Abby. Goodbye non-KO bonus. Nope.
Don't go dropping dead on me now. First strike to me.
I'll try to keep up.
But once I get to around 100,000, which is the cap for the money bags bonus, I will start spending a lot of money. Especially if I see opportunities to upgrade my existing high-level emblems so that I can clear them out of the pool. I shulk. Got a free shuffle ticket, so let's use it. Nope. No hero yet. Ooh. We'll take a lucky event, sure. Not watch day still is kind of disappointing as those go.
Good going. Breathing as one.
Could have been mini lucky monsters and then we'd be really swimming in cash.
I must prove myself useful to you.
No more out.
Maybe I think money bags is a rare emblem, so perhaps I should have dug through that shop to try to find it.
Don't give up.
It is, yeah. Should have done that.
You'll pay for that.
That was an all rare shop.
Let's get
Feels pretty good.
Nothing to worry about.
Go ahead and buy that.
I'm as sprightly as anyone. Empty
first
shell.
strike to me.
Nothing to worry about.
Jackal claw.
Top off. Right on the money.
How very elegant.
Definitely don't want to upgrade these. We don't want to cut our recharge rate even more. But we do want higher ranks of curse to recharge. Thank you.
I'm as sprightly as anyone.
Be all that you can be. First strike to me.
Jackal claw. We know pushovers. Cross. Aerial. Without momentum. Cross.
Double spinning it.
Moon Shadow!
If we want to live, we've got to fight. The sheer thrill of it. Jackal claw.
Top off.
White jackal claw. No love. Cross. Imperial. Take it.
I got you. Don't give up.
Keep fighting on the damage. Nana inspired. Whoop-a-blow.
Frogs are really tanky. Hi, Juniper. I still don't want you.
If we want to live, we've got to fight.
Don't go dropping dead on me now. Break. Right on the money.
How very elegant. Sweet breeze. They've got some metal. I have to say, I'm quite enjoying this. Amazing.
Such movement and coins.
Golden heart.
Rolling.
Fighting on the damage.
How very elegant.
I'm as sprightly as anyone. Every shell. First serve.
How
First strike to me.
Wonderful.
Sweet breeze.
Stay strong. Allow me to soothe your weary soul.
Final set.
Nothing to worry about.
Well, we're almost 100k. We're about to go into a boss. Let's take max HP up. And I suppose I'll buy the Nopwatch refill too. Just so we don't have to worry about it.
I can fight as brightly as anyone.
Yeah, this is DNJ
Dead on me now.
used. So much. Beyond Death, we want to interrupt. Oh, Sanguine Fire is this dance that gives tons of regen, but we're just punching through it. So far, I have not had to use a chain attack at all. Free discount card. Okay.
If we want to live, we've got to fight.
Be all that you can be. First strike to me.
No enemy value. I'm getting robbed.
Rolling. Final set.
To win,
Not done yet.
Prepare your
At least they're not cruel enough to make it so that you can get the no enemy value event at the same time as lucky monsters. What would using a chain attack even do for you? Safety, more than anything. Interrupt enemy attacks. But in terms of damage per second, it would be horrible. You get absorb HP, rescue to attack, or last ditch effort. I'll use a ticket. These are good. Focus healer, slow knock watch, both helpful.
Riku lend wing.
I got you. Don't give up. Razor wind. Domino stride. No look block.
Classic. Use deflector field, get awakening, immediately get killed after the animation ends.
This is how you fight.
Making good headway, I see.
Keep piling on the damage. Nanana inspired.
Well, we found Alexandria. Not the ideal hero, but we'll take her for sure. Also maxed out Curse to recharge. And focus healers. And I'll go ahead and use a shuffle ticket. I really want to see money bags. And we're not seeing it. Okay.
Surprise for them. Every shell. Classic setup. Luminous illusion. Keep piling on the damage. Classic setup. Twin move. Sidewinder.
Spinning it!
Fire flow.
Ability up is good.
I can train as brightly as anyone.
You have my support. Let's go.
I'm shocked I still haven't had a Mobius event ever.
A big helping.
Also true, Delia. Once I've filled my 7th hero slot, I won't see any more hero cards in the shop. So that will make it much more likely for us to see other emblems we do want as well. I want attack up. I want dex up. And I honestly want combo duration too. These are all very strong. Just please give me money bags.
We've got no other choice. Hey, this feels pretty good. Promising. Aerial, hey, this feels pretty good.
Incredible. This is my area of expertise.
Rescue recharge. Combo to attack won't do anything. Don't want capacity prosperity. I'll take a flyer on this just because some legendary emblems are quite good. But not any of those I particularly care about yet. Ticket swap. I don't want to lose launch charge. Charge swap I do want to do. I will lose a shuffle ticket for a free launch charge. You can get that, Whimsy, even when you don't have a shuffle ticket, in which case the launch charge is just free.
Like wealth within me.
I like it.
Money bags! Hooray! Okay, now we save. The one disappointing thing about having
Have we a surprise for them?
Rico, Manana, and Alex as our 2 other attacker heroes besides Rex is, since Rex is our only toppler and our only launcher, it's pretty hard for him to inflict those combos stages successfully back to back. He can do it. His AI can manage that, but it's a pretty tight window, and most of the time he doesn't. Doesn't get around to the side to use his side launch art in time. I'm maxed out on launch charges, so I may as well use one. Ooh, curse to attack. I'm amazed we haven't seen this before.
I can fight as brightly as anyone. We've got no other choice. Terribly sorry about this.
Wonderful. Common ore.
That's the way. We're not going around here.
The gimmick in this boss fight is just that you have the Camille and the Garapha healing the boss, but they're not hard for us to do. Launch charge, and boss is dead.
I'm grateful.
Reagni and Prosperity. Excellent.
I can shine as brightly as anyone.
No time for casual.
Hey, this feels pretty good.
Mirror trap.
They've got some metal.
Oh, I died.
Don't give in.
Double spinning it!
This is hardly the
I'm fine now. Weaken.
Is that every curse emblem? I think so. It'd be surprising if there was another one we found somewhere. Agni and Zeal, very good. Use a shuffle ticket.
I can shine as brightly as anyone. First come, first serve.
Moon shadow.
Hey, this feels pretty good. Nana inspired.
Breathing as one.
Amazing. Sidewise.
Now this is my area of expertise.
Yeah, Delia's right. Z mistake. Riku and Nana are both nations at once. They're the only... having Riku and Nana in the party is the only way that you can have 4 Agnians and 4 Kabesi characters at the same time to satisfy the emblems that require 4 plus it. One or the other. Like combo duration.
We've got a fight. I wonder if they'll put up a fight. So, this is your betrayal.
Not a fan of enemy rush on a class with limited AoE ability. Which I mean absolutely no AoE ability. I just have tons and tons of DPS. Kill things fast.
Cannot be sleeping on John.
I thought I was unstoppable.
Oh my god, am I gonna lose? Wow.
Miscalculated.
Dang. And it happens just like that. Enemy rush gets you. I should have used a launch charge again. I was being greedy. Not paying attention to my teammates. I think enemy rush is the most dangerous event in general. And the reason is there's a lot more enemies and you can't crowd control them effectively because, yeah, your teammates might hit 1 or 2 with debuffs or something at the start of the battle, but then you got fresh ones coming in a few seconds later, just firing off their arts brand new because they're all off cooldown. Enemy arts, that is. And yeah, it's a mess if you don't have tremendous AoE attacking ability. It's not even kind of hard if you do have really big, powerful AoE attacks, because you can use them all and still have more enemies spawn in after the after your big AoE blasts are done. I'm going to launch charge into AoE smash. That is one of the counters to groups of enemies. If you have, it's one reason to like Full Metal Jaguar for the gauntlet, because it can do a similar thing with evasion spam, but it has its own evasion art, which you can pair with Mighty Beat. So you can run triple evasion fusions and be able to smash. And with launch charge, you don't even need the rest of the party to be able to launch for you. Back into it. Where were we at? Like stage 84 or something? Please. Yes, please. Yes, please. All these are great. Boss HP is also good, but not urgent. Launch charge feels faster. It's like they want me to use it. Wholly unnecessary use of deflector field there. Bunch of legendaries? Okay. God, I hate water events or water fights, and all we're getting right now. In addition to the mechanics being just a little bit more annoying in the game when you're in the water, the enemies that you fight in aquatic environments are also just worse for you on average, I think. Oh, no game audio. I need to read. Freeze. Is it back? Looks like it's back. OBS is quite dumb. Sorry about that.
I can train as quickly as anyone. We've got no other choice.
I'll make it through. I have to.
Making good headway, I see.
Wow, thanks. Keep piling on the damage. Classic settle.
Time has come.
That's the way.
Making good headway, I see.
Nice. Thanks a bunch.
Coin.
Making good headway, I see. How thoughtful.
Reshuffle ticket. Okay. See what we get. Nothing especially good. I'll save money to get back to 100,000.
Quickly as anyone.
A clear stratagem can fell even the toughest enemy.
I only talk to you once.
Razor wins!
You guys,
You're not made of glass.
glad I caught you.
Thanks. I'm fine now.
Rolling down
We
I need to help. I must
One
say,
good turn
making good
deserves
headway,
another.
I see. I'm grateful.
That feels pretty good. Manana inspired.
Max damage reduction. It's a good emblem.
Friendly as anyone.
We won't see it anymore.
Dead on me now. First strike to me.
Feels pretty good.
We're at death's door. My luster.
Oh, she'll stop dying.
I must prove myself useful to you.
In an absolutely ideal party setup, basically every hero has a boot memory, so they
Headway, I
can't be killed like that. That buys you several more seconds to kill off the enemies before you have problems with the rest of the team going down. Shuffle to see if there's anything great, but otherwise we're going to save. Agni and Zeal, I think, qualifies. And honestly, set this dex up.
If we want to live, we've got to fight.
You have my support. Let's go.
Golden heart.
Looking good. Double spinning it.
Be over quickly. Very
Shadow parade.
Debuffing attack is fun.
We've got to fight. We've got no other choice.
golden heart.
Cross.
This is your weak point.
We can. Let's prove we know the shoulders.
Focus healers 5. Yeah, I'll take it.
We've got to fight. Sweet breeze. Keep piling on the damage.
How very elegant.
Volume of tactics refund, if only. Sadly, the Archsage is not so generous. Boss coming up. I will hold on to all of these. Or hold on to my money, rather.
If we want to live, we
Oh, the double fish boss. Well, triple fish boss.
You're in for it now. I want to talk to you all.
I'm grateful.
Cross. Sweet breeze.
Break.
Down my stride.
How very elegant.
We have to keep the team together.
I got you. Don't give up.
Accelerate. You're making some good things. You're in for it now.
Refund chain. We never even used a chain attack. We'll take combo duration.
I can train as brightly as anyone.
The sheer thrill.
Shadow! Halt where you are.
That's the way.
Piling on the damage.
More of that, please.
Here's the storm. Cross.
Double spinning it.
I must prove myself useful to you.
I'm grateful.
And max that out, sure. It takes slow knock-watch as well. Cool.
We've got to fight.
Have we a surprise for them? Allow me to see your will. This is your weak point.
Absolute perfect. Hit storm.
I found my stride.
We can. Let's prove we know the shoulders.
Gyre flow!
How about max attack or focus attackers? Mystery beasts. Will we see Mobius or will we get lucky? We have gotten lucky again. One reason why it's worthwhile to use launch charges on lucky monsters is because they can themselves give you more launch charges. You can get a rebate. In this case, we got a shuffle ticket, I think it said, and not a launch charge. But there's still that chance. First to attack is good enough too. Do I want an event? Not really.
I can shine as brightly as anyone.
Riku lend wing. Eat this wide open.
Instantly dead.
Not made of glass. I know you do the same for me.
Thanks. I'm fine now. Feels pretty good. You're cool. Senna, nice job.
Double spinning hit.
Golden heart. Feels pretty good. Absolutely perfect.
No love lost.
Snowdrift.
Let me take maxed out Agni and Zeal, thank you. And a Shocking Bonanza. Yes.
Brightly as anyone.
Have we a surprise for them?
You all? Weekends. Let's prove we know the shoulders. Hit
Three,
four.
four.
Another free shuffle ticket. Last ditch effort can be strong. None of these are like spectacular. I might just hold money again. Yeah, I'll keep it for now.
We've got a fight.
A clear stratagem can fell even the toughest enemy. No love lost.
Four.
Nope.
I can shine as brightly as anyone.
Don't go dropping dead on me now.
I messed up.
I'll come to your aid.
This is probably the end.
Acceleration. Not giving up. Not yet.
Yeah, almost to triple digits. Take a resupply.
I can shine as brightly as anyone.
Have we a surprise for them? Staying strong in adversity.
Wow, thanks. Keep piling on the damage. Weekend. Let's prove we know.
Must you be so angry?
Cross in area. I made them mine.
Nothing worth buying. Although, we get a 20% discount in this shop, so I'll shuffle and see if there's anything good. Agility up, I will take. Doesn't even cost me a tier of my moneybags buff.
I can shine
For now.
as brightly as anyone.
Looking good.
I have to stay strong.
Friends must not overdo. Eat
Roll Unity, I definitely want. I'll upgrade that. We're going to the boss at stage 100, which is another double Mobius, I believe.
If you want to live, we've got to fight.
Yeah, J and X this time.
But I'm ready.
Target X first. Headhunt does a lot of damage, so I'll just cancel that.
Pretty good.
The launch charge. May end up costing me some points because might not kill her while I have the launch charge active, but oh well. Let's do another one. Why not? Ruin Marionette can't be dodged, but I might be able to kill through it before Jay can even finish the art. Yep. Nice. Sweet. Rank 4 money bags. Awesome.
I can shine as brightly as anyone.
Have we a surprise for them?
I'll look after you all. How thoughtful.
Promising.
Rolling. No
Solid silver.
Another shuffle ticket. I'll buy boss HP down and shuffle. See what we get. Next up, I will take.
We've got a fight. First come, first serve.
One more tiny recharge buff could be really awesome because it looks like that'll be enough to get fusion arts going off of like one auto attack.
You have a talent for battle. No love.
Not worth buying right now. Can I please stop having water levels? Just so much harder to do everything. Hard to read where my character is and what's happening. Yeah.
Life wells within me.
It's genuinely such a delight that you can fight in the water in this game, and it's not like going into water doesn't instantly drop you out of combat like it, or prevent you from counterattacking like in previous games in the series, but you don't want to be in the water for extended periods. It's just not how the game works. The visual design of the game was not built around that.
I can shine as brightly as anyone.
Don't go dropping dead on me now.
That was the recharge bonus I needed, by the way. Very nice. The extra roll unity.
Spinning it.
Like every single other RPG ever, haste buffs rule the entire game. That's... yeah, there's no denying that, Cactus Bear. Save money. Well, it's another 20% off shop. See if we get something expensive to buy. And there's no, not really, but Curse to Attack is solid.
I can shine as brightly as anyone.
The sheer thrill of it.
Jackal Claw.
Not bad at all. Solid silver.
Absolute perfect. We've got a fight.
A clear stratagem can fell even the toughest enemy.
Double spinning it.
Shadow!
Nope, nothing so inspiring that I want to spend my money on it just yet. Also, we'll take a free Knopwatch resupply. Thank you. I've only had to buy 2 Knopwatch refills, I think.
If we wanna live, we've gotta fight.
That's the power of maxed out slow Knopwatch and having really high DPS. There are other builds you can use in the gauntlet, and as I said before, some of them are more powerful than this. They can go faster than this, but others are built more around survivability, especially when you're using a healer. And the problem with that is, yeah, you can, defray the damage you're taking more, but if you don't have attack power, you're not finishing the stages as fast, so you're taking more damage anyway.
We've gotta fight. I wonder if they'll put up a fight. Terribly sorry about this.
Wonderful.
We've gotta fight. We've got no other choice. Cross impact. Banana can take it.
Nothing good comes of pushing oneself. So, this is your weak point. Making good headway, I see.
I'll try to keep up. Combine cross.
I like the Sword Fighter Smash build, but that's because I want an excuse to use No and Final Lucky 7. Sword Fighter Smash is really fun. I will agree with that. Another boss coming up. This is, I think, the wolf again.
If we wanna live, we've gotta fight. Every time.
Wolf plus a bunch of scooters. I think they can spread the invincibility buff or something like that. It'd be really annoying. They failed to do so. Hooray. Launched and dead. We're over the max money bag threshold again, so we can spend pretty freely on basically anything that looks decent and won't drop us below 100k.
Not bad at all.
Xeon is Astarion? I did not know that. I still haven't played Baldur's Gate 3. I want to do that at some point. Don't want fast attack, don't want to slow down our art recharge, but and we don't really want to slow down our launch charge build up either. Small unit of tactics does nothing. Shuffle. First to attack, that's good. And we can also afford area attack.
Shaping up to be a battle for the ages. Making good headway, I see.
The auto attack builds that you can do in the gauntlet are pretty funny because you literally don't do anything. You just load into the level and you stand there with your character. Like maybe you move around to get closer to the enemies, but then you just watch them go. And they can work pretty well. I think they're frustrating though because it's hard to know and exactly when you need to intervene and actually do something to help. Or it's tempting to intervene when you shouldn't as well. And they're also, I think, they feel a lot slower than actually using your arts and spamming them. Oh yeah, many lucky monsters. Shame I don't have a smash. Kill them all at once, but you've done a good job. Max out money bags. By debuffing attack. I don't really want damage ratio up. Absorb HP is nice. Debuff duration is certainly nice, and I don't mind having the extra penalty for higher level rescue to attack.
I can shine as brightly as anyone.
We've got no other choice. Terribly sorry about this. Not bad at all.
Back in the water, we're not even fighting water enemies.
I got you.
I have
Don't
to
give
stay
up.
strong.
Try that for sure, and just because I can, I'll max out absorb HP.
We gotta fight.
Don't go dropping dead on me now.
More lucky monsters? Do an auto. Mind if I do?
I'll try to keep up. Aerial. Pretty good.
Have we managed to hit the infinite money section of the run? Just about. We bought everything we need at this point.
I can shine as brightly as anyone. First come, first serve.
The game's trying to stop me though. You see that? No enemy value on this stage? No money. I like both of these.
If we want to live, we've got to fight.
I'm afraid, but I'm ready.
Reset them. Cross. Hit.
Should have used a shuffle ticket, I suppose.
Let's go.
So, this is your weak point.
I'll try to keep up. Keep piling on the damage.
That's classic Senna.
Okay, I'll max this out. And hold off on healing power up just because I don't want to drop below 90,000. But use a shuffle ticket. 4 up is fine. Happy.
We've got to fight.
We've got no other choice.
Accelerate. Cross.
Incredible.
Cross. Aerial. Cross.
Aw. Rex was about to land a launch and I took it away from him by killing the enemy. Sorry, buddy.
Banana inspired.
Max out Tickle Whimsy, okay. And last ditch effort. Yeah, sure.
If we want to live,
Riss and the Queen of Kevis. We will target the Queen of Kevis first.
I won't fail you. Must you be so angry?
Trouble fitting it.
You guys.
Died. Okay.
So, this is your weak point.
Nothing to worry about.
Supreme Silver.
Cross, please. I'm not done yet.
Nothing good comes of pushing oneself.
Okay.
On the money.
I'm still okay.
I got
Making good
Don't give up.
progress. Unstoppable.
A Rex launch! Hooray! Chris has a real block rate. It's kind of annoying.
Your goal.
Golden heart, staying strong in it.
You're in for it now. Cross impact. Cross impact.
Okay. Free attack up after use. Why, thank you. Still have yet to use a chain attack in this run.
Pretty good.
Incredible.
I like it. Hey, this feels pretty good.
All eyes are on you.
Wide cross impact. Concentrating on the damage.
Yes. Incredible.
Boss HP down. Level 5, that's big. Faster chain build, we don't really care for. Attract events, might as well. Last ditch effort, actually very good at this point. And I guess we'll hold there.
Sprightly as anyone.
Have we a surprise for them?
Wide open.
Majestic storm. Making good headway, I see.
Incredible.
Area attack and debuff duration. And attack up after use, why not? Okay.
Sprightly as anyone.
You have my support. Let's go.
So, this is your weak point.
Wonderful.
Keep racking them up.
Cross aerial. Stack cross. Aerial cross. Will you? I'll try to keep up. Hey, this feels pretty good.
Classic Senna.
Neck deep, I'm almost there. At least the decision making is really easy at this point because we have tons of score and not much that really matters to spend it on.
I can shine as brightly as anyone.
A clear stratagem can spell even the toughest enemy.
Sweet dream.
I found my stride.
Combine it. Hey, this feels pretty good. I'll try to keep up.
Need to max that out. And a free resupply, once again. Thank you, Archsage.
Brightly as anyone.
We finally got the Mobius interference. It really doesn't matter that much, but you get basically any of the Mobiuses that aren't in or M or any of the ones that are reserved as bosses in Gauntlet, so like C or D or J or X. They can just show up randomly. We got Mobius I. They have the same abilities as their base game boss encounters, but not too much HP relative to the other enemies, so they're just kind of like souped up elites. Was not Mobius L, sadly. Everyone wants an encore from Mobius L. The greatest Mobius in the game. Is this another enemy rush as well? Yeah.
Like well.
Unstoppable.
frustrating when you're standing out of range of the enemy and you just can't do anything. Oh my god. My whole party just wiped, other than my attackers. Can I get away with spamming launch charges to get out of this? Can Rex carry me? Come on, Rex and Alex. I believe in you. Billy Avis. Sadly, I can't chain attack. Alex, go for a break. Try landing it next time.
Double spinning it!
So, this is your weak point.
Right on the looking good!
Sidewinder!
Double spinning it!
Must you be so angry?
Oh, there goes Rex. Yeah, we're done for now.
The real fight starts here. Luminous illusion!
Oh, well. I just have to be quicker on the draw when I'm on the enemy rushes. Just use those launches. I had a moment I could have done it. This is turning into a less impressive showcase of the Flash Fencer build in the Gauntlet than I intended, because I'd done it twice before with Flash Fencer and did not die ever. Just sailed right through. The party that I have is slightly less than optimal, but it's still very good. I'm just missing my opportunities when I need to use my resources, and I've just been not doing that. I could use my chain attack too. I've been sitting on it forever. Hello, MC. Loading the game back up. That's why there's a black screen. It's absolutely not Senna's fault. That much we know for sure. But yes, part of it is I'm devoting some brain power to talking and not really thinking about what I should be doing. It's really hard out here being a streamer, everyone. Hardest job in the world, except for me, it's not even a job, so. It was Rex's fault. That's true. He should have dodged that last attack from that Centurus. But that is also a situation where it's the value of having root memories on all your heroes shows through, because then you just don't, all your healers die. It's common knowledge that being a streamer is harder than a retail job. So true.
I can shine as brightly as anyone.
Oh, enemy rush. Thanks, game. Just what I wanted to see when I loaded back in. Okay, so the moment I have like anyone die, I should use my chain attack or launch. Might just be able to power through regardless. But if not. Okay. Yeah, we went down. Time to launch up.
Time to wake up, sleepyhead.
Rolling smash!
Solid silver!
Why? Where is the... Oh, all the way over there? That's the one you auto-targeted game? What? One thing I don't really understand is why this game, when it transitions to new enemy targets after one dies, it doesn't always try to find one who's visible on screen if possible.
Sorry I let it come to this.
So I would have done it.
Wells within me. No
I mean, maybe within reason. Like, they're obviously one that's visible on screen and is currently engaged in battle with you, not some random creature off in the distance. How do you cheat death in this? If you quit out of the game, so on console, if you just go to the home menu and quit out of it, before you clear the results screen where you've lost, you'll be able to load up your autosave from right after the most recent boss you defeated. An event will occur. Oh, it's lucky monsters. Thank you. Didn't have a launch charge to use, but killed it all the same.
I'm quite enjoying this.
What's actually happening is that I use my Mobius powers to create a new timeline. It's an underrated ability as a streamer, for sure. I'm very pleased to have those powers. These are useless.
Be all that you can be. Worth right to me.
Not bad at all.
Right on the money.
Gyre flow!
You got me. I'm Mobius Z, not Z. This is America, god damn it. So kind of Z or Z to support the most oppressed workers, the streamers. I do what I can. I really believe in the struggle against capitalism, and the most important battlefield for that is for sure streaming. Reminder that Xenoblade 3 is a strictly apolitical game that has nothing to say. Truer words have never been spoken. I tried to emphasize that a lot in my playthrough, so I'm glad that message got through. The watch is pretty low. I'm confident I can get through stage 129 without it running out, and I will be guaranteed to get a refill at that point. And I might get a whimsy that refills it for me in the meantime. None of these are all that good, so I will skip them.
A clear stratagem can fell even the toughest enemy. I got him. Don't give up.
I won't fail you.
One good turn deserves another.
Nice. Thanks a bunch. Right on the money.
Amazing.
Yes, it is also just adding last-ditch effort value. Really, I'm being optimal here, everyone. Don't you know? Don't want these.
Don't go dropping dead on me now.
Come on, put up a fight, will you? I'll try to keep up. Golden Death Claw!
Take it.
Hey, this is pretty good.
Yes to debuff duration. Yes to debuff rate. Both excellent. I guess I should have shuffled there because everything was half off. Receive a launch charge. Yes, please. Surprisingly, Xenoblade 1 is the most apolitical. I think I'd agree with that.
A clear stratagem can fell even the toughest enemy.
I'll look after you all.
Like wells within me. Halt where you are.
In maxing time, so you have 0.101 seconds on the clock when you beat 129. I have had situations before where it's basically that close. It's really scary. Some builds can get away with that, and of course with my chain attack, I can also work around the problem. If there's only one enemy left, and still not suffer from having absolutely zero arts recharge anymore. It's not actually absolutely zero, but it's the penalty for having the knockbotch run out is horrific. But yeah, it's leads to a quick death in a lot of cases. Take the refill, and I'll take the healing power and go into the boss. This is the second to last one, which is, I believe this is again D and J separately. Oh, and they're puppets, right? So I want to target D more than anything. And if he uses Sanguine Fire, I want to interrupt.
Looking good. Gotta lie down for a
I won't leave anyone behind.
Enemy not yet happy. Cross.
final seconds. Looking good. Breathing out. One right on the money.
I'll try to keep up.
Know the block. Rolling. Smash. Cross.
Hi, Rex. Look at all those debuffs on Jay right now. Impressive.
Wow. Good going.
Ooh. Use the discount card for free. Better than getting free healing power right now. It may not be. But it's fun to have the max discount. I'll go for that. Was D&J ever called Wild Ride, or was it just pre-release speculation? The reason... I guess that was... Wait, was that Mobius D and J or just D? But anyway, the reason they were called that is because the trailers included them saying it's a wild ride, this Passions of Fate from the scene at Guraflava camp in Chapter 1. That's in the game. But yeah, it was never actually a name for the character at any point, even before. Not officially. I think I could get away with running Treasure Hunt. I don't even need the score, but it will power up my last-ditch effort, and I think I can hold out for the rest of the game without refilling the knockbotch. The fun part where you start buying bad emblems just out of boredom. Ooh, another Mobius.
I'm ready.
That's a U. Okay. Bye, Rico and Manana.
Pretty good. I'll try to keep up.
Yes, please. We should stop wasting a bunch of money at this point.
If we want to live, we've got to fight.
Have we a surprise for them?
Hey, this feels pretty good.
Yeah, my extra emblems that slow down my recharge speed have messed up my art timing a little bit.
Solid silver! Death Senna! How very elegant!
Oh, there we go. Roll Unity makes up for it. Thank you, game. All blessings. Why not? Oh, straight into many lucky monsters too. And I died.
I'll
I
come
hate to see it.
Gotta lie down for a
I won't leave anyone behind. You're in for it now.
Lost 2 of them because I neglected my launch charge.
good going.
All legendary emblems. Attack up after use could actually be helpful against the final boss.
Riku lend wing.
First strike to me.
Amazing. This feels pretty good.
Good going. Double spinning it.
I found my stride.
Absolute perfect.
I think the points value change probably better than seeing an enemy rush. Possibly.
We've got to fight. I'm afraid.
Higher enemy value, thank you.
You're in for it now.
Good time to use my launch charge then.
Free. Appreciate. There you go.
Mirror
15,000 points out of that stage. Very nice.
We've got to fight.
moon
Wow, I got murked by those crabbles.
Shadow parade.
Glad I caught you.
Sorry for dragging you down.
I found my stride.
You're gold. Free.
Such movement and poise.
I really wish you could change the gems on heroes, if only so you could put Soothing Breath on the heroes and make them actually heal you with, revive you with a reasonable amount of HP. Alas.
Crazy as anyone.
We should end up with more than 100,000 points going into the final boss, so the money bags will be maxed out. That's good.
Hey, this feels pretty good. Promising. Enemy not look happy. Hit storm.
Shadow.
Revenge for Phil. Yeah. Well, at least he didn't actually take me out. But we probably deserve it. I don't need damage ratio up. It could do something for me, though. And probably very little else that I could buy will. And I'm still above 100k. So this looks good to me. The final boss is simultaneously Mobius D&J and Mobius O and P. And D&J are the more dangerous one. We want to break them out of
We've got to fight.
2 of their arts. There's Sanguine Fire, the regen stance, And then there's also
We can really do?
Beyond Death, which just does a lot of damage. With this party, what's my best chain attack?
What do you think of this idea?
I think I go with Rex first into can use Izzard. Either way, most consistent option. We want to use Senna all the time. If we can. She does a lot more damage than any of the heroes possibly could. Although Rex does respectable damage and chain attacks because his skill loadout is just so busted. That was 4.1 million damage, I think.
This one comes to mind.
What do you think of this?
Ridiculous. But yeah, Senna will be the best.
This idea.
No, I think we can do. Should be able to do the cross impact to get power charge for the chain order, for the chain art. Then I think it's Masha we want to use, and then into Rex. But hopefully we get Senna back. If not, we'll at least get Rex back.
And one for good measure.
How many watches did you buy? I think it was 3 in the end. Oh, sweet.
Tailor-made tactic.
Got Senna and Rex.
Think of this idea.
None of the chain arts are going to be that good, but we can take Senna straight into Rex, and that might get an amazing, which would be fun. Yep.
Judgment time.
Really high DPS made it so I didn't have to expend a lot of my Nopwatch time. 51 million damage. And I got several free Nopwatch refills from Whimsies to help me out so I didn't have to buy them. And I got a high level on slow Nopwatch pretty quickly and eventually maxed it out.
I'll come to your aid.
That's how it happened.
Can't leave anyone behind.
Saying with fire is annoying. There's the regen. But we are punching through. Nice. Also, since we used our chain attack, we get the buff from that emblem that increases our attack for using a chain attack, which I'm sure is helping quite a bit. So by far the most dangerous thing to this build is not the boss fights, it's just the fights with a lot of enemies where all my teammates or several of my teammates get killed at once, or I get killed and then several of my teammates get killed, and I am because there's inevitably a little bit of downtime between arts, evasion arts, when you're switching targets, either windows of vulnerability where I can go down, and those have been the failure points. But boss fights, dead easy. Winning on the pro gauntlet, I don't know if this is affected by difficulty, but at least on hard mode, it gives you 90,000 blue Nop on stone. So doing that about 4 times gives you enough to buy almost all the emblem upgrades from the blue page, so that you can power up your further runs. And then beyond that point, basically you're looking at just buying items from the aid. Sorry, no, items from the page.
Gotta watch the pennies.
And there's several of these. You can get fiber wraps or tyrant rings, those kinds of things, without having to farm for them. Flawless crystal is the best version of the beautiful crystal accessory, or the cracked crystal, the one that stacks up a damage bonus for every enemy you kill. else is notable? Oh, the Predator Mask Blasting Weapon Belt, Glorious Feather Band, and Engineer Belt are the top tier Species Hunter accessories. And beyond that, oh, you can get Legendary Shield Belts without having to farm those, which is nice. Warped white and black brooches. The main thing you're going to be buying if you do the gauntlet over and over again is Enigmatter and Noponic Gold to craft accessories for Masha, or gold Nopon coins or silver Nopon coins, but probably gold Nopon coins to buy the console in outfit for Noah in endgame, which takes 77 times 7 gold Nopon coins. It's ridiculous. Or to buy rank 10 gems, or to buy brute memories and memory lockets and things like that from the Nopon coin exchange. Also, you can buy additional outfits, recolors of the throwbacks. For the most part, I think I like the original colors of these throwbacks better, though. And that's about it. That's the reason this game are boring. They are. Hard to get around that.
Decisions.
There are a few more time attack challenge battles. I don't really want to go over those right now because I mean, there's a bunch, but I don't think I have other interesting things I want to show. So, there we go. That's our run with the Pro Gauntlet with the Flash Fencer. It's not the absolute most ideal class. I think the Serif build with Element Genesis is better. You can look that up. But Flash Fencer and Full Metal Jaguar and Serif are all really, really amazing for the Gauntlet, and I recommend you use them with this kind of build, evasion spam build, especially if you're doing Flash Fencer or FMJ. So,
Can't forget our progress update.
I want to quit out and load up another save at a very, very different point in the game. Now I want to talk about chain attacks, and how to do them best. This is shortly after chain attacks were unlocked in Chapter 2. I've actually just beaten a couple of the early unique monsters and the third Bilkin over at Villiera Hill and Indiscreet Kumbaba right here. So the party I have right now is almost this default one. Oh, actually, backtrack. I need to switch classes around. This is one stage too late. Mio should be an ogre, and then Ishin, gunner, sword fighter. So this is almost the configuration that you get right after you unlock class changing, except that I've swapped the classes of Mio and Lance, because Mio would inherit sword fighter from Noah first, and Lance would train in ogre at first. But once you get to rank 5 and you've unlocked the other attacker class, this is something I did in the run on stream. Once you've gotten to rank 5 in ogre, you've unlocked fighting prowess as a skill that you can take over to other classes. So you get a substantial power boost if, instead of having Mio and sword fighter and Lance and ogre, where Mio has to use split-second counter for lack of any other skill. Remember, she hasn't gotten to rank 5 in ogre yet. This is straight out of training Zephyr and then sword fighter. Once you've unlocked the other attacker class that Mio and Lance have available, you're better off swapping them over. So Mio can start training an ogre and working towards unlocking fighting prowess for herself, And Lance can take the rank 5 version of fighting prowess over a sword fighter and be pretty strong
Can do that.
in that role. Because he'll bring over, he'll have giant swing from his time in ogre, he'll have fighting prowess, and then he'll have all the usual soul hacker skills and arts. So that's not new information or new ideas. That's something I did in the campaign. But what I want to talk about in this setup is what I've learned about maximizing the damage you get out of chain attacks. So part of that is making sure that you have good accessories on everyone. This is not the absolute best party you could have right now, just in terms of maximizing chain attack damage, but having the 2-2-2 split, 2 attackers, 2 healers, 2 defenders means that you're still making progress on unlocking every class and every character, which is nice. Not everyone wants to train in every one of these starting classes, but we want to make sure that they're unlocked on everyone so that we get access to the rank 1 master arts, and some of them can get in and can pay Nopon coins to get higher ranks. For example, we want to get an ogre unlocked on Noah so that he can buy fighting prowess, so that when he's an attacker or defender, he can boost his damage. So this early on, I think it's helpful if you do have one person in every class, even though it's not absolutely ideal for maximizing chain attack damage. But within that stricture, we're still pretty limited on what we have unlocked normally at this point. So Noah only has 1 master skill, Cypher Edge, that he's brought over from Sword Fighter, and then he's running his strongest art in the fusion slot here with Airfang, which is Ground Beat. Mia's running her only art paired with Giant Swing, which is the strongest art for Ogre. This is old hat still, trying to maximize the power of our fusion arts. One thing I don't think I did on the run is I've opted to put the healing art on my healers in the fusion slot, because when you fuse a healing art, it heals for 25% more HP. And through experimentation, I've found that generally that extra healing at this point in the game is more helpful than having longer duration on your fields, or having another attacking art paired with your master art. So I have grown to like putting the healing art in the fusion slot on these. Lance is using Air Slash and Giant Swing, and he's got fighting prowess, of course, and then Senna's running Uppercut Slash with Giant Swing. She can do good damage with her fusion. But a couple other changes here. I do have a prayer necklace. This is an accessory you can buy basically at the start of the game in Chapter 9. It's actually the only place you can acquire that accessory. There's no enhanced version, there's no legendary version of this. You can't pick it up anywhere else. It's only sold by the Chapter 9 commissary, or Colony 9 commissary, by Camilla there. What it does is it grants the armor veil buff to allies when you revive them. I have to double check, but I believe that's the power of the armor veil is not dependent on the reviving character's buff power. It's just, it might just be static. It might not depend on the revivee's buff power either. But armor veil by default, I think, is worth 20% of your HP. Let me double check that. Yeah. It gives you basically ablative hit points worth 20% of your maximum. So that that's in addition to whatever additional HP you might get from having Soothing Breath instead. So Soothing Breath 1 is actually equivalent to Armor Veil in terms of how much HP it restores as extra to the person you revive. But if you revive someone and give them this Armor Veil buff, and then they don't take hits for a while because they've dropped aggro because they've been dead, and you start healing them back up, that Armor Veil persists until they do start taking damage, so you can eventually overheal them to have 120% HP. And that's a persistent buff that can last into a chain attack, which can also help you get more TP from having additional bonus effects in the chain attack just for having more buffs on you. So Armor Veil and sharing buffs is so good. That is true. This early on, we don't have a way to share armor veil around, but if you're doing a lot of reviving, which is very common at this stage in the game, you will have multiple party members who have armor veil on them. And that can be a nice extra layer of safety. So I found that having one healer with prayer necklace and one healer with wing necklace is very beneficial. Since Uni's carrying a prayer necklace, I want to make sure that she also has accelerated revive speed, and having that combination of life-saving expertise and prayer necklace basically means that you have access to both the effects of soothing breath and life-saving expertise for better revives with only one gem slot unlocked. So that's pretty nice. In addition to all the other benefits that overhealing and having an extra buff on you can have. Well, so in boss fights against unique monsters and some of the tough bosses here in Chapter 2, my preference is to control the medic gunner still, for a couple reasons. One is you really want to spam Power Ring to charge up Healing Ring as fast as possible. Healing Ring is pretty powerful. It's like your best source of healing in the party. So if you're the player controlling that, you can spam Power Ring most efficiently and then set Healing Ring most effectively to heal up your allies. But the other reason to control the medic gunner is, for as long as we have an ogre and a sword fighter and a heavy guard in the party, that's characters who can inflict break and then topple on the heavy guard and then launch on the ogre with pressure drop. Sure, it's going to take a little while before we charge up pressure drop, so we won't be able to launch immediately. And at the start of a fight, we probably do want to use myopic screen on the first topple. But as you're preparing to go into a chain attack, if you're controlling the medic gunner, you can prevent the AI from inflicting daze when you really want to inflict launch to get that global 25% damage bonus throughout the chain attack. And you can't inflict launch during a chain attack because it's only on a talent art right now. So you can't. The only way to get that bonus is to launch before you go in. A couple other new modifications. I think I've changed the art setup on my ogre. I'm running both Hammerhead and Big Impact with the idea of having two positional arts so that I can charge up pressure drop more consistently. That'll make it more likely that I have pressure drop available, or the AI has it available, when we get the second or third topple during a boss fight, so that we can then use the launch and take that into a chain attack that will hopefully be lethal. How does Armor Veil work on Ouroboros? It keeps the numerical value from whenever it was applied. So it won't actually help your Ouroboros form, because your Ouroboros forms take damage, they just don't actually lose HP. So Armor Veil will dissipate if they get hit, and they take enough damage from those hits. Right. So I've also found that I used to not like controlling ogres. With this setup, with Hammerhead and Big Impact, I find it more fun too, to charge up pressure drop myself. But anyway, in boss fights, I still think it's best to control the medic gunner most of the time. Anything else I want to discuss before we just go through some examples and talk about the actual mechanics of fighting a unique monster and doing a chain attack? I don't think so. No, that looks about right. So, go into this.
Gotta note this all down.
And control Tyon.
Knowledge can never trump experience.
Uh-oh. I think they just gave me the side eye.
I'll draw them pushing up the
Move as
umbilical.
always, Noah. Got you. Crash down. Blow away.
I think Lance... Okay, Lance failed his break. I can just use my Myopic Screen now because it'll be recharged by the time Lance's break arc gets back up.
Well, stay back for now.
Crash out. I'll keep the enemies on me. Senna, love to see it. I'm good at this whole healing business.
You're a lifesaver.
Avenging evil. Smooth as always, Noah. Hayes, I can still do this.
I'll keep up the attack.
Smooth as always, Noah. Uppercut, slap.
The power ring. Hopefully Lance lands a break. They just beat Gombaba has 50% break resistance, fortunately, and Mio died. So her charge on her launch charge just got reset. Sad.
Can't you be a bit more gentle? Uppercut, slap. I think the enemy's on me. Senna, love to see it.
But one trick I learned is once you've got healing ring up, it can be reductive, especially if you've got attackers who are low on HP and aren't around your defender, so they're not getting healed consistently. Control them yourself and move them into the healing ring, and that way you get them restored really quickly, because they have pretty low HP and they heal pretty fast, and that's a lot easier than moving your healers around, trying to chase them and heal them back up when you're also trying to focus on keeping the defenders alive. So I missed the opportunity to get the launch there, unfortunately. But I do want to set that up before we go into the chain attack just to demonstrate, and we got it. Okay.
We are more than capable.
So doing the actual chain attack. The goal here is not to maximize your potential damage, it's to maximize the minimum damage you're going to do. And what I've learned through some pretty extensive testing with some of these early chain attacks is some things that I didn't realize before. One is almost always the best thing you can do to maximize your damage is to make sure you have, in this case, both of your attackers, but in general, at least 2 attackers that can both be used in the final round of the chain attack. Because the damage ratio on your chain attack goes up every round, being able to use your highest damage characters in the final round is a lot more valuable than even using them in the second to last round, most of the time. You do want to use your attackers, at least one of them, early in most cases, because the first blood bonus is the best way to build up TP so you can get better results besides cool. You can get Bravo, potentially amazing results to build up that damage ratio faster or higher, and to make it so you get more characters back so that you can use them in future rounds. But you should not always pursue a Bravo or amazing result in round 2 or the second to last round if that means you can't be sure that you're going to be using your attackers in the final round. So there's a bit of a tension in the game mechanics there where, on the one hand, you do want to use attackers early to build up TP, to get better results, to build up the damage ratio more and return more characters for later rounds. But you also want to make sure that it's your attackers you're getting back in the final rounds, and sometimes those two ideas aren't very compatible. The other thing was, like the big thing I learned about these early chain attacks before you have heroes, is even though I knew that Tyon's order and Uni's order, depending on what kind of attacker you have, could be very powerful. Those are the chain orders that reduce the enemy's resistance to physical or ether damage. I underestimated how important they are this early on. I thought, well, that's most crucial once you've unlocked Ouroboros chain attacks, and you definitely want to use Uni and Tyon's order. And once you have heroes, having Tyon's order early on, giving you that physical damage bonus throughout the chain attack, that's really strong. But when you only have 3 characters, it probably doesn't make sense, right? But no, I've discovered that basically with a party like this, the best chain order that you could see in the first round is Tyon's. And you really want to consider when you're going into a chain attack, if I use Tyon's order, how can I make that progress towards getting good results in future rounds, even though Tyon's order is a healer order, so it's not going to help me maximize the TP on my attackers. It's not going to help my defenders get to good results because they're not going to get the roll match bonus. It's only going to give a lot of TP to a healer's who aren't that helpful for dealing damage in the chain attacks. So yeah, Keldeo, to answer your question, you said leave one attacker with the base TP. Often that is a great idea. It's not always the best thing to do to maximize your damage, but it is very often the best thing to do to avoid having duds in your chain attacks. Now, unfortunately, I did not get Tyon's order in this example. I'll try to do another chain attack and show how that goes. So failing to get Tyon's order, I don't really want unis because my attackers, Mio and Lance in this case, which are my best damage dealers in the party, don't use ether damage, so Uni's order wouldn't help with that. So without getting Tyon's order, what I'm most interested in is making sure that I get a high amount of TP on Mio. Now, there is an opportunity here if I have Lance's order that I could theoretically use Mio and two other characters, like maybe Mio and then Senna, and then go into Uni to use 3 characters to get the 99 TP. And then it is possible for Noah on Lance's order to achieve 51 TP and get to 150 and get a Bravo result. But the problem with that is if I use Lance's order, if I try to maximize Defender TP to get a Bravo in round 1, then yes, Noah will return the character with the highest TP, but the character with the highest TP is Noah. So instead of getting my attacker back and being able to use Mio again in future rounds for sure, I am guaranteeing that I get someone who is not Mio, and it'll be Noah, and I'll be incentivized to keep using Noah to finish my chain attack rounds and get him back over and over again. And that can easily lead to not the worst possible chain attack, but a less potent one than I otherwise could have achieved. So I'm going to pick Senna's order in this case. The idea being that I will use Mio now. And then I want to preserve Noah. Noah probably couldn't get to 100 TP from here anyway, because he has no roll match, no force match. The only bonuses he's getting at this point would be because the enemy's comboed and because he's following Mio, who is his Ouroboros teammate. That would be extra bonus point. But he couldn't get to 100 for sure. So instead I will use Tyon now as my healer to get to 99 and then finish with Senna. Just accepting that, okay, I'm using a defender, I'm guaranteeing that I get Mio back. And then my hope will be, in the next round, that I see Lance's order. I'm hoping for that for 2 reasons. One is because now I am in a good position to use Mio and then Uni and then Noah on Lance's order and get a Bravo result, and be guaranteed to have Mio back again in the final round. Also because Lance is himself an attacker in this party. And this early in the game, the chain arts that the characters perform when you complete their chain orders are almost as powerful as the fusion arts that the characters can use during the chain orders. Especially given the fact that the damage ratio goes up when you complete the order. That means the chain art gets a damage bonus that the attacks you do during the round don't get. The damage ratio of a chain art is static. Every single character on every single class does a chain art that has a 750% damage multiplier. If you look at your arts, your fusion arts that you're using, this early in the game, they might have like 270 to 300% damage ratio. So combining them, that's like 570. Or, yes, I can math. And then if they have fusion bonuses, either side could get a 1.5 times damage bonus if they have the damage type fusion bonus. So you're looking at best, if both sides of the art are high damage ratio arts with damage fusion bonuses, at best you're looking at like 900% damage, whereas your chain art will be 750%, but with a higher damage ratio on the chain attack. So, long story short, this early in the game, doing chain arts with your attacker characters is about as good as actually using the attackers in the chain attack rounds. So it's almost always a great idea in the final 2 rounds of the chain attack to look for your attackers and choose their orders, if at all possible. In this situation, I'm not seeing Lance's order, which would be my preference, but I do have Mio's order, and I'm going to choose that. So then I have to think, okay, how do I maximize my damage from this round and ensure that I have both of my attackers back? And the answer to that is use Mio. I won't get to 80 TP because starting at 60, I won't get 20 bonus points. So I won't go over the 100 threshold. That means I can finish with my defender, who is Noah. I'm not going to get a Bravo result. It'll just be cool, but that's okay. That's worthwhile because it means I can get Mio back in the final round.
I'm high on your heels.
And now I would really like to see Lance's order. I have a 3/4 chance of getting it, and I did. If I didn't see Lance's order, and I also couldn't use Mio's order because I was, I previously used that, then I would choose either Senna's or Noah's order. Noah's order in this case probably couldn't get me to an amazing result because even leading with Lance and getting the first blood bonus and the roll match and force match bonuses with him, and then following with Uni, that's probably not going to get very close to 100. Mia will be guaranteed at least 99 TP because she's an attacker on an attacker order, but probably that won't get us to past 200 TP. But I won't choose that anyway because I have Lance's order available. I definitely want to do that. But if I couldn't use Mia or Lance, I'd probably pick an attacker for the final round. So then use Lance's attack, take that into Uni's attack, which is respectively strong just with Ether Cannon. Ether Cannon is another thing I underestimated because it's a 400% damage ratio art with a attack with a damage fusion bonus. So that's 600% by itself, even though it's paired with a healing art. And we follow with Mio, and this should just barely do enough damage to kill. Yeah. So almost 50,000 damage. That was a very good chain attack, and that was worth about 40%, like 35 to 40% of the boss's HP. Previously, when I had worked out strategies for fighting some of these unique monsters, I was consistently putting in the notes make sure you get to 15% or 20% of the boss's HP. But if you do chain attacks really, really well, and that launch was crucial for this, you can do it a lot earlier and not have to spend as much time in the fight and not risk dying as much. So that's a basic outline of some of the things I'm considering differently. But I also want to do that again and talk about the specific TP bonuses and how some of them work. Because if you know the exact details on that, it informs some of the things you might think about doing in a chain attack. One of the difficulties that I had when I wasn't really paying close attention to this was I didn't exactly know when, for example, Noah could get to 51 TP as a guy with 30 TP at base. When could I count on him to get me from 99 to 150 for a Bravo result, and when could I not? And learning a bit more about how the TP bonuses in a chain attack work has helped me figure out the exact conditions for that. So I'll try to talk about that. Hopefully we'll get another chain attack where we get slightly more favorable sequence of orders so I can show off some of these things.
You're on fire, Lance. Power room.
Billy felt it.
Go. Butterfly blade. Myopic screen.
I'll leave the enemies on me.
Great work,
I'm
Senna.
good at this whole healing business. Wow, thanks.
Well within
Whoa, what's the little in there? I'll heal you.
power room. Butterfly blade. Healing.
No way!
A launch incoming, but it's going to be premature, I think, because I'm not going to be able to go into a chain attack just yet. Bad.
You're a lifesaver. Mio!
This one's up. I know you've got more in you, Mio.
Um,
Can't stand the ground all day.
So having a launch is ideal. I want to at least get a break going into the chain attack because Ogre has a fairly substantial damage bonus if the enemy is toppled. That's important to set up before you go in and maximize your Ogre's damage.
Do you think this plan might work?
Okay. This time we've got just a topple, no launch, but we're starting with Tyon's order. So I'm expecting to do about the same amount of damage in this chain attack as we got in the first chain attack, assuming we get not totally screwed on chain order selection. Should you take the TP up boost from the skill tree? Sounds like it could be bad sometimes. You mean, well, in Future Redeemed, it depends a lot on the exact nature of your party and which what are they called? Books? The manuals you have. That I can't give a consistent answer on that, but there are some situations where it's better not to have the TP boost. Anyway, so with this start, one thing we want to consider is I'm not using an attacker order. I want to make sure that Mio has the highest TP so that I can return her with one of my defenders. I don't want to use both of my attackers because then I won't be guaranteed to get Lance back. So I want to lead with Mio, get a good amount of TP on her, and then be able to follow up with someone else. So I guess it's Noah or Uni or Tyon, and then finish with Senna. But I want to make sure that gets Mio back. And there's a little bit of a problem because if I lead with Mio, like so, and then take Tyon, Tyon will get plus 10 TP from being a healer and plus 5 from matching the faction on his own order. So he'll be guaranteed at least 50 TP. Actually more than that, but I won't get into that just yet. So if I went Mio, Tyon, Senna now, then we'd be returning not Mio, but Tyon in the next round. And that would be really bad because Tyon's a healer. He can't help us get better results in future rounds. At least not very directly. Luckily, we have Uni as an alternative, and Uni will get the plus 10 from matching Tyon's roll, matching the green roll on the card, but she won't get plus 5 from force match because she's Kavasi and he's Agnian. So she'll actually end up getting in the low 40s in this case, but she shouldn't pass Mio. So I will press the button. I want to use her fusion art. I want to deal more damage. I want to heal my allies because Mio as an ogre also has a damage bonus, so she's at high HP. I want to use Ether Cannon, but I don't want to pass Tyon in points. So if I press X now, yeah, I got 43. Forgot I needed to have focus on this to be able to use my buttons. I accidentally break the stream for a moment. I accidentally hit back on my browser while I had the stream page open. Hopefully you didn't. Hopefully, I don't know if that cut out or not, but hopefully it's all fine. Anyway, so it got to 88. Uni got 43 TP versus Mio's 45. Now we can finish with Senna's attack. Okay, I want to see Lance's order. Thank you. All right, this gives me a good opportunity to talk about the actual TP bonuses now. I'm going to pick Lance's order. This is absolutely the ideal choice at this point. Because I have an opportunity now to use Mio first, and then get the 99 TP with Tyon, and then finish with Noah. And I know in this situation, Noah will get at least 51 TP. Let's take a look at how that works. So first I want to go kind of step by step and see how we're generating extra TP on all of our characters. We'll lead off with Mio, and instantly she gets +1. She had 45. She gets +1 for having the highest TP of anyone who's active. So highest at the start of the round, and +1 for using a fusion art. Those are pretty easy to fulfill, especially the fusion art one. Those are what you normally want to use in chain attacks. Then she got +1 for a critical hit. That was just random. Not very likely, because Ogre's critical hit rate is like low teens, like 10 or 11% right now. +1 for combo follow-up. If you attack an enemy while they're in a combo stage beyond break, so if they're toppled, launched, or dazed, you get +1 TP for following up on that combo. Yeah, I'm pausing to show this, just for clarity. And then I think we got 1 bonus TP, right? For right, we're at 49. Did we get 1 bonus TP? I neglected to mention that. Because we got 4 other bonuses, we qualified for 1 more TP for having bonuses. That's bonus TP. So from here, I'm going to use Tyon. He has 35, so he's actually guaranteed to get to 99 already. But then we see 4 bonuses popping up. Fusion TP, we've seen that before. Teamwork TP, because Tyon is going immediately after one of his Agnian allies, another member of the Agnian trio, he gets +1 teamwork TP. You get teamwork TP if you follow your factional allies within the Ouroboros group, or if you follow your interlink partner, or if you follow a hero whose class you inherit. Then there's full health TP, because Tyon's already at full health. He gets a bonus point for that. And role type TP, because he's not the first person to act, and he is the first person in his class to act. He gets +1 bonus point for being the first healer. And then +1 heal TP because he used a healing art. +1 combo follow-up again. +1 bonus because he got 4 bonuses or more. And then also +1 for no block because this unique monster doesn't block attacks at all. And if all of your attacks hit without being blocked, you get +1 bonus for no block. So that brings us to the end of this round where I'm going to use Noah. On Lance's order, Noah will always get, if he uses a fusion art and he's the first defender to go, and the enemy can't block him, he will always get 50 TP at least, because he'll get 10 from roll match. He's a defender. The card is a defender card. 5 from force match. He's Kavesi. Lance is Kavesi. 1 fusion TP. 1 battle affinity TP, which is something you get if you participate in an order for a character where you would get teamwork, basically. So you get battle affinity if the card is someone who was in your factional trio who isn't you. So Noah can get battle affinity from Lance or Uni, but not himself, as the order. Or if it's your Ouroboros partner's order. So he could also get battle affinity TP from participating in Mio's order. And again, if it's a hero that you inherit from, you can get battle affinity from that. So that's 17 points so far. 10 roll match, 5 force match, 1 fusion, 1 battle affinity. Then he will also get 1 roll type for being the first defender in this round, 1 bonus because he's had at least 4 other bonuses, and 1 TP for no block because this particular enemy has 0% block rate. That's 20 bonus points, which is not enough to guarantee 51. But if Noah's at full health, which he is, we've used a couple healing orders, but he was actually, or healing attacks, but he was also actually at full HP before, he will get +1 from that. That'll be 51. Also possible, if Noah has aggro, which he does, and he uses an art that does more damage when he's aggroed, like Airfang, that qualifies for increased effectiveness. That's when you use an art where you're fulfilling the effect of the art, or the bonus condition to do more damage or higher crit rate or whatever the art says. Airfang gets bonus damage when aggroed. Noah is currently aggroed, so when he uses Airfang, he will get +1 bonus point for fulfilling the increased effect requirement. That would also be sufficient to get him to 51. He could randomly get a critical hit too. So those are the main possibilities in this situation. The other thing that could come up is if we had used Tyon instead of Uni in the first round, like it had been a different order to start with, and Uni was available, so Uni had been the one to just go right before Noah here, then Noah could get Teamwork TP from Uni. And also, because it's a Kavesi order and we'd be using multiple Kavesi characters simultaneously, if you have 2 characters from the same faction going in sequence, and the order is from that faction, they can get Force Consistency TP as well for +1. So if Noah were following Uni, he'd actually be guaranteed 52 TP. He's not, but because he has full HP and he's using an art with increased effectiveness, he will also get 52. So let's see that play out. 10 roll match, 5 force match, 1 roll type, 1 full health, 1 battle affinity, that's 48. 1 increased effect, 1 fusion, 1 combo follow-up, that's 51. He also happened to get critical hit, +1, and then no block and bonus, for a total of 54. He got a little bit lucky there. Okay, so that's even better, because at this point we've managed to return Mio for the final round and bring back someone else. In this case, we got Noah, who isn't always optimal. The concern would be, in this situation, we definitely want to use Mio's order last. She's another attacker. We want to use her chain art to maximize our damage at the end of the chain attack. But the concern might be, well, can we use all 3 characters with this particular party configuration, or are we going to go over 200 TP with just 2 of them? It's less of a concern if you have a healer back, because then you can use a healer to get, they won't go over 99. But in this situation, we should be fine. Noah's at 54. We'd want to actually finish with Mio. We want to use Mio last. There's no reason to use a defender last in this round, because there's no benefit to that. We're not going to get, we're not going to recharge anyone. This is the final round. There's also no particular reason to use an attacker first. There's no possibility that we get to 200 TP, but we do have a chance to get to 150 even without leading with an attacker. So there's no reason to start with an attacker. That doesn't do anything for us. So the best sequence using Mio's order would be to use Noah first. He'll get to about 70 TP with +10 from the roll match, being a defender on a defender order, and having a battle affinity with Mio, and fusion bonuses and full health and that kind of thing. But then Lance has very few bonuses in play here. He has no affinity with Mio. He won't get force consistency, because even though he's following a Kavesi character, it's not a Kavesi order. So he doesn't match the roll, so he's not getting the +10 from that. He's just on his base 15 plus whatever random bonuses he get. He'll get fusion bonus. He won't get full health because he's not at full health right now. He'll get combo follow up. He'll get a few extra points, but not 15 extra points, or not 14 extra points. And this is one of the ways where it's helpful to have one attacker who has awful TP. So Senna and Lance had this reputation for being bad at chain attacks because their TP is bad. And that's not true. They're great for chain attacks. They're just bad at TP. And the point of a chain attack is not to generate TP. The point of chain attack is to deal damage. And in the later rounds, having very low TP can mean that you can fit in and let other characters also act in the final rounds, and therefore do more damage overall. So now we got close to 100, but still a respectable distance away. We can use Mio to finish. And now we'll close out with her chain art. And this should kill pretty easily. Which, well, not easily, but basically we started the chain attack at about the same HP amount and we finished in exactly the same way. This time we did 57,000 damage. I believe the first one was like 50,000, 52,000. We did more damage with that chain attack because that was the absolutely ideal sequence of chain orders. We got Tyons first to get the physical damage bonus in an early round, and then we went with Lance's order, so we got to use one of our attacker's orders and simultaneously use that to get a Bravo result while guaranteeing that we got both attackers back in the final round. And then we finished with the other attacker's order, Mio's. That was like the perfect sequence. So the only way that chain attack really could have gone better is if we'd had a launch going in. Now, the enemy being launched would mean that we don't get bonus from this skill on Mio, Insult to Injury, boosting damage dealt when attacking toppled enemies. But that is overall made up for the global 25% damage bonus for attacking an enemy while they're launched. And Mio does have other additive damage bonuses too. So that's the basic chain attack. That's like the first chain attack you do with the initial party after you've unlocked the feature. I want to do 2 other examples, I think. So I'm going to move some saves around real quick. Give me 1 second. Luckily, I don't have to restart the game for this to work. I want to do show off chain attack with a hero. The first hero we get. Ethel. And I also want to do the final boss of chapter 3. So I'll try that. Those. Okay, we are going to fight our favorite unique monster in the whole game, which is Hazardous Jarrowhead, the Aspar just north of Colony 4, with Ethel in the party. Now, this party that I'm using is quite different from the previous one, because number one, we have a hero, which is a huge impact on how a chain attack goes. But also, we're running, in addition to our attacker hero, we're running 3 other attackers and just 1 defender. Basically, we have Uni and Heavy Guard so that she can try to tank for us. She's not the best tank in the world, but this is, I'm trying to train in the right classes to optimize class training and everything. But she can tank for us, and she, importantly, is her source of topple. But to make our chain attack as powerful as possible, especially when we have an attacker hero, it's great if we can run many attackers in the party, and we're basically using as many as we can get away with. We really need 2 healers still to have reasonable chances of surviving. We need at least 1 defender because otherwise our attackers are going to get creamed. We don't have anywhere near the tools we need at this point in the game to dodge tank with attackers. like what we were seeing earlier in the stream. So we need one defender. We need the one who has a topple art, so that we can inflict combos. We got our 2 healers, and then we're running multiple attackers. We've got 1 sword fighter and 2 ogres. Really, it would probably be better if there were 2 sword fighters and 1 ogre, because that would give us multiple characters who can inflict break and get combos started, and that's pretty important for these chain attacks. This unique monster again has a 50% resistance to break, so it's like tolerable. Mio will get a break in eventually, probably, but having to wait 28 seconds between attempts is kind of a drag. So it would go a little bit smoother if we had 2 sword fighters and 1 ogre, but 2 ogres is workable too. We just have to be a little bit more clever about how we manage the team. So for this example, I want to talk about tactics leading up to the chain attack, how to make sure the team stays healthy, especially against a large enemy like this one, where who happens to have a bunch of big AoE attacks. And because it's a large enemy, the team spreads out a lot. Like the AI goes in all different directions and takes up a lot of space, so you don't healing is not as effective. You're not covering as many teammates at once, and generally it's just hard to keep track of all your teammates and stay on top of them and get them revived if you need to. So this gives us an opportunity to work on how do we cope with a big enemy, where the team spreads out and they have a lot of AoEs, so the team is spread out and they can all get hit, and get really low on HP, and things can get scary. And then we'll talk about how the chain attack works with the hero as well. I'm initiating with Uni to make sure that she holds aggro at the very beginning of the fight. Also, if Mio lands a break, which she didn't, I'd want to make sure that I get the topple in. But now that that time has passed, I'm switching to my defender, or my medic gunner again. It's my usual tactic. I want to make sure that I get healing ring up as fast as possible. Unfortunately, I got knocked back out of the art, so I didn't finish power ring. Didn't get the roll action for healing ring, so I'll be delayed a little bit. Mio failed her break again. You can just hear her call that out. It's okay. This fight goes more smoothly if you get an early break, because then you can stun Hazardous Jarhead for like 8 seconds and just avoid taking damage, but it's fine. You can see Uni's getting low on HP. That's just sort of inevitable. There's a good chance that she'll go down at some point here. And the trick will be, well, what do we do when that happens? Recover. She is holding a Knock-on doll, so she restores or retains a chunk of her aggro even when she goes down after you revive her. Also, we got the AI automatically interlinking when the teammates are low on HP. That is mostly a bad thing, because it's taking healers off the field, and that's worse than whatever you can achieve by avoiding damage for like 15 seconds in Ouroboros form. Just got healing ring up. What I'm going to do now is switch to Mio. It's actually very good that she got the break. I'm going to bring her over into the healing ring so she can get healed up back to full HP. She was pretty low. I don't want her going down, because if she dies and that really hurts our progress on getting combos, because we have to recharge Sword Strike all over again. So we'll keep her here, let my AI controlled healers run around and revive people. And now she's back close to full, so I will move her out and go get Lance and move him into the healing ring. And that's expired. So I'll switch back to controlling Noah. Our chain attack is almost charged. Lance went down again. It's fortunate. Couldn't find him. Senna's got it. Got another healing ring. And got a break from Mio. That's awesome. Want a topple. Thank you, Uni. And then I should see a launch. Didn't get it. I'll go ahead and launch the chain attack then. I guess Tyon had died or didn't have his launch art charged up either. Okay, so we got into the chain attack. This is possibly a little bit premature. If this goes really well, then we could kill from over half HP. We're at about half right now, or a little under. So this is doable, but there's also a chance that if the chain attack doesn't go well, we don't kill. You'd want to hold on a little bit longer, get Jarhead down to like 35%-ish to be super safe. But the number one thing that maximizes your damage on your chain attacks now that you have a hero in the party is just seeing the hero's order at any point in the first 3 rounds. The hero's order doesn't deplete the chain gauge, so if you see the hero order, you should always pick it. You get that for free, and it means you get a 4th round in your chain attack. That's pretty basic stuff. I think if you played this game for a while, you've figured that out. But what's interesting about this situation is, how do we take a party like this and manage all the TP we're gaining so that we get good results consistently in each round while taking advantage of the special abilities of our hero? I'm automatically going to choose Ethel's order. That's my hero. I definitely want to pick that. It's great to see her first. Huge relief. I've chosen certain arts on Ethel that are not necessarily her most powerful arts. Her equivalent of Hidden Thorn, which is called Million Flash, is usually the most damaging art. But what I've given her are her 2 positional arts, so that she could charge up her smash art during regular gameplay. And cross impact, so she can get power charge to herself. The key arts for the chain attack are going to be Silver Cyclone and cross impact. Ethel's versions, so Silver Cyclone is Ethel's version of Null Slash. On player characters, Null Slash is a 1-hit AoE art. On Ethel, it is a multi-hit non-AoE art. It has the same effect though. It has increased crit rate from the side. In a chain attack, you always fulfill positional requirements. So any positional art will always get increased effectiveness TP for fulfilling its condition, and will actually get the bonus from that condition too. So Silver Cyclone will have an elevated crit rate in a chain attack no matter what. And it hits many times while having a high crit rate, so it's likely to get several additional TP bonuses. I will go ahead and select it and we'll see what happens. So I'm choosing Silver Cyclone here. I'm getting 5 force match and 10 roll match because this is an attacker order and a Kavesi one, and Ethel is that. It's her own order. She's getting +1 hero TP. Heroes always get +1 whenever they act. They just gave them a free +1. +1 combo follow-up. We know about that. The enemy is toppled, so that's a +1 that we receive. Also +1 empower TP, because I didn't check this, but before I used that order, I believe Ethel had power charge. So she had 2 buffs active. She had Armor Veil from getting revived by someone with the prayer necklace, and power charge. If you have more than 1 buff active when you select your attack in the chain attack, you will get empower TP. So 2 buffs or more, you get a bonus point. I believe it's every 2 buffs. So you might get, maybe it's like 2 and then 6 and then 10 or something. But if you have more buffs, you can qualify for more points of empower TP. Following that, we've got 2 increased effect, because we've got, not every hit is getting this bonus, but multiple hits. Like there's a limit to how many times this bonus will trigger for one art. But we get 2 increased effect because it's a multi-hit art, and we're getting the increased side crit rate on multiple hits there. +1 hit TP, because our art inflicted more than, I believe it's more than 4 hits, you get +1 hit TP. Bonus TP because Ethel got more than 4 bonuses. And no block TP because this enemy, again, has no block rate. So none of the hits got blocked. That got her all the way to 48, and then her heroic chain effect multiplied her TP by 1.5 because she was first. That heroic chain ability makes it so that Ethel can stack up TP really quickly And we care about that in the first round because that helps us get better results in future rounds. We're not really concerned with maximizing our damage in the first round. If we were worried about that, we'd be using characters like Tyon and Mio instead. One thing to realize is heroes, even attacker heroes, in general, are awful at inflicting damage with their normal arts because they don't have fusion arts. So they're stuck with like 300, 325, 350% damage ratios on that single art, and that's it. That's way worse than anything your main party characters can do. However, they do still get 750% damage ratio on their chain arts, so Ethel's chain order can do respectable damage. It's not going to do respectable damage because it's the first order and our damage ratio on the chain attack is pretty low. But if you happen to get Ethel in round 3, she can do a decent amount of damage if you with her chain art, and especially if she has power charge active while she goes into that. Power charge is going to be the only situation where power charge is really going to help Ethel's damage a lot is if she takes it into her chain art. Otherwise, you might as well just use Silver Cyclone or Swallowtail. So, we've already gotten to 72 TP. We want to use a defender now to ensure that we get Ethel back. You could try to see a situation where you you take advantage of Tyon's 35 starting TP and try to get that to 150. But Ethel's order, that's not consistent. On Senna's order, you could do it for sure, but not on Ethel's or Noah's. So our best move now is to just use Uni. She's using variable turret because that again is an art. There's a lot of hits, so it generates a ton of TP for her. That's not going to get her to 150, but if she does get reactivated later in the chain attack, that could prove helpful. Okay, so second round, we're hoping for Tyon again, for the same reason as before, because his completion bonus to reduce enemy physical defense is the best one we can get to maximize our chain damage, and he is an attacker on the team. Basically, our ideal sequence in this chain attack is seeing Tyon's order now, and then using Mio's order and then Lance's order for the final 2 rounds, or Lance's and then Mio's, to use our other 2 attackers with their chain arts. So we have to think, okay, at this point, I definitely want to use Tyon's order. That'll maximize my damage through the rest of the chain attack. Knowing that, what do I do to get the best result, to make sure that I have, or give myself the best chance to have my strongest characters back in future rounds? And the answer to that is, go ahead and use Tyon. So he'll build up a good amount of TP. And then you can take either Noah or Senna here to get close to 100. We don't have to get to exactly 99 because all we need is to reach about 75 for Ethel to take us to 150. Either character can do that. However, Noah's healing is stronger, so we'll choose him just to help get our ogres back up to higher HP. And now we finish with Ethel. I am not concerned with maximizing Ethel's damage. I don't want to pick her strongest art. I just want to pick the one that has the most TP gains, and that is, again, Silver Cyclone. The idea being there that if we end up using an attacker order towards the end of the chain attack, which wouldn't be ideal, Ethel will now have a good chance to get to 101 and actually take us to 200 TP total to get an amazing result. We got Ethel back, and Noah in this case. And we also did not get Mio or Lance. So, but this isn't the final round either, because we did get Ethel's order. So at this point, we're looking for how do we guarantee that we get, or give ourselves the best chances to get our best attackers back. Like, how do we get Tyon back, basically? And in this situation, actually the best thing to do is to choose Noah's order. And then take Ethel straight up. I'm going to use cross impact because Ethel will get to 100 TP alone, and Heroic Chain will multiply that by 150%. So she'll get a Bravo with one attack. If we were trying to get Bravo results otherwise, we'd have to use 3 characters, like take, say, Mio into Noah into Ethel. That might even get us to amazing, but spending 3 characters to get back 3 is not as good in terms of guaranteeing that we get our attackers back for the final round as spending 1 character to get back 2. So I'll use cross impact on the off chance that we get Ethel back but not Tyon. And that way Ethel can at least do a little bit more damage when she closes out the final round.
This isn't the end! You're finished!
We did get Tyon back, and now we want to choose either Mio or Lance. We got Lance. That's great. We'll pick him. Lance is actually better because his completion bonus does something for him. It'll at least power up his own chain art, whereas Mio's will not. Because Mio's chain completion bonus does nothing to your damage. So we've got all 3 of our main party attackers back. We want to use them all. We can't fit them in while using Uni as well. If we used Uni and Lance and Mio and then Tyon, well, those first 3 would definitely get over 100. Mio would be at least 55. Lance would be at least 20, and then Mio's at least 25. That's 100 by itself. So we're not going to use Uni, but we will use Lance and Mio, and then our healers, and then we'll finish with Tyon. You see those attacks are doing like 18,000 damage. A big chunk of that is driven by having Tyon's order early in the chain attack.
Stormy skies.
Giant swing.
Okay, good with Tyon's attack. And then we're finishing with Lance's. This I don't think will kill because we didn't get the absolutely ideal chain orders. We didn't get Mio's. We're just shy of being able to kill from half. We got 110,000 damage. That is very, very good. If we'd been able to launch, that would have killed. If we'd gotten the
Swing of this.
right orders at the end, that also would have killed.
We'd be lost without you, Uni.
But we'd finish the fight right after anyway. Now you can't really plan around if you're trying to guarantee that you get a chain attack kill for the double XP and double CP from whatever boss you're trying to kill. You can't plan around definitely getting a 4-round chain attack because you might not see your hero in the first 3 rounds, and you can't plan around getting the exact right chain order options even if you don't see your hero. So a particularly bad chain attack with this party setup could do only like 65,000 damage, even if you're making all the right choices with the options you're given, which would be like a little over half of the damage we did there. So that would have been like at 30% of the boss's HP we could have killed, basically. But anyway, that's an example with Ethel. Ethel's actually really complicated to work with because her heroic chain is, I mean, it's hard to manage the TP properly. But I think she's also one of the most interesting to think about. Sadly, she disappeared from the party shortly after this point in the game and doesn't come back until a point where chain attacking is not really relevant anymore, but into the breaks. So one last example. This is one of the hardest fights in the game. The boss fight against Mobius or Consul J at the end of chapter 3, where you first unlock Ouroboros orders. The fight right before this one is the one against the Lambda Ferranis. The end of that fight is where the other Ouroboros forms get unlocked. So it immediately feeds into this fight against Console J, but you can quit out of that fight. You can hold down minus to open the battle menu and then retry or give up to exit the fight. And then you can go into the interlink menu and fill out the soul trees for all the new Ouroboros forms. You can't use the soul link slots. At this point, those open up after this fight, but you can choose all the upgrades that you want from the soul link trees. So I've gone for all the raw attack bonuses on Noah and Mio that I could get to. Uni's gone for a bunch of attack bonuses, and also, importantly, she has the shared blessing skill. So if there are a bunch of buffs in the party, her Ouroboros form will deal a lot of damage. Once the soul link slots open up, you want to put that on Tyon as well. And then Uni and Tyon will be the best Ouroboros order to get in your chain attacks forever, because shared blessing is just that powerful. And then for Lance and Senna, I've also gone for attack bonuses that are accessible, basically. Let's see the arts that I've set as well. Noah and Mio and Uni and Tyon's art configurations are not that important for this fight, although having Liberty Wing on Uni can rescue you. That's the one that revives the party. And if you switch between Uni and Tyon's Ouroboros forms, you can spam Raptor Raid and Atomize back really, really quickly, and that can be good for DPS. It's just not that helpful in this particular fight. Well, switch mechanics are really good in a different way. And I got Senna and Lance here as well. For this party, I've got Noah and Guardian Commander, and I've also got another defender in Tyon. He's currently in Zephyr, and he's carrying an Analyzer Scope. That's the one thing I bought from the Nopon coin exchange. Raise his TP by 10, so he's starting at 45 TP instead of 35. Uni's in Full Metal Jaguar, which he just inherited from Gray recently. Mio is a Thaumaturge. So she's capable of inflicting daze and burst, and also can remove debuffs with her Leaping Current art. Lance has mastered, or at least reached rank 10, and Nipponic Champion, so he has access to an extra Break Art and Tri-Slash. And he's carrying Cure Bullet, so he also can cure debuffs from the party. Noah's got a Break Art and Topple Art. Uni's our main damage dealer, using Demolition and Giant Swing as her strongest fusion, and then Fatal Barrage and Wide Slash together for evasion, and Quick Draw also for evasion. Tyon's mainly doing combo support. He's also trying to take advantage of some evasion bonuses with Speed Demon giving him a 30% chance to evade any attack coming his way, and then Wide Slash and Gemini Strike as evasion arts. And Senna is a Yumsmith. She's here to help break. Yumsmith is not a very good attacker class at this phase of the game, but she does what she can. And then we're using Gray as our hero. He's a very strong hero, because his heroic chain multiplies the damage ratio higher than it would otherwise be at each phase of the chain attack when you use him. So he can achieve really high damage ratios, which is really important for the final rounds of a chain attack going forward. I think that's enough of a preamble. What I want to show off now is partly, maximizing the Ouroboros orders, but also how you can really exploit the Ouroboros mechanics in ways that are a bit counterintuitive to make this fight way easier than it otherwise would be. I am under-leveled for this. I'm level 26, and this boss is level 29. Levels aren't hugely important in this game, but they do have a noticeable impact on your survivability in some of these tougher fights. So I've already died. I've been controlling Noah because I'm hoping to hold aggro on him. Console J has 0% resistance to physical debuffs, and Glow Ring inflicts target lock, which is a physical type debuff. So if I'm able to use Glow Ring, I can lock his attention on me. Most of Console J's dangerous attacks are AoE attacks, but if I move around behind him, they're all like cones in front of him, except for one. So I can try to limit the damage to the rest of the party just by standing on the far side of him from everyone else. That's one useful tip here. My unsuccessfully broke, that's good. One other thing is I have set my interlinks to manual control. I strongly recommend you do that as soon as you unlock the Ouroboros forms. Spare your Ouroboros forms, because then you have a lot more opportunity to exploit their abilities. And one really important thing that I did not know about for a long time is if you initiate effectively your Ouroboros form has a role type that is determined by whichever character initiates the Ouroboros interlink. And if you interlink at levels above 0, currently Sin and Lands are interlinked at level 1, then you get a special effect based on the role type of whichever character initiated the interlink. In this case, I initiated with Lance, who was in a healer class. If you initiate with an attacker that does a burst of damage to whatever enemies are in the battle, if you initiate with someone who is in a defender class, then your Ouroboros form gets a decent amount of aggro points. And if you initiate with the healer, then you heal the party by a chunk. But with the attacker and defender effects, those only trigger when you initially interlink. For whatever reason, with the healer effect, that burst heal across the party will re-trigger every time you switch. And switching generates almost no heat, so I've not been controlling this very effectively. I've just been spamming switch to demonstrate this. Switching generates almost no heat and will charge up your talent gauge slowly. So what I was doing there was I was generating massive heals for the rest of the party over and over again. And also charging up my talent art and basically cheesing the fight. Now it didn't quite work out because I let Mio and Uni and Taion go down, and I'm checkmated at this point. But I just wanted to demonstrate that for a second, because that's a way that you can totally eliminate all of Jay's damage output, especially if you do it at a slightly higher interlink level where the healing bonus is bigger. You get higher bonuses depending on whether you're interlink level 1 or 2 or 3. So if you're doing it at level 2 or level 3, you can just give, like at level 3, you can essentially give a full party heal every time you switch between Senna and Lance. It's ridiculous. I could do the same thing with Mio and Noah as well if I interlink starting with Mio. So I specifically press left on the D-pad to choose my Ouroboros form and then press up to choose Mio while they're interlink level 1 or higher. Like so. I'm choosing Mio. Got a small healing boost when they interlinked, and every time I go back to Mio, we're healing the party by like 15, 20, 25%. Now it's more productive to do this switch spam strategy if you're using arts in between, usually, because you get a decent amount of damage out of that, and you will charge your talent art faster. But if you just need unending heal spams, then just switch back and forth to your heart's content. Not a problem. The other nice thing about doing that with Lance and Senna specifically is that Lance's talent art in Ouroboros mode gives you a way to generate a launch, even if you don't have anyone with a proper launch art in the party, which can be very powerful. So I filled up my chain gauge. I went ahead and used it immediately. Normally, you need 2 chain attacks to win this fight cleanly, so I might as well take the first one as soon as possible and then worry about getting the kill successfully on the second chain attack. But the same principles work in both chain attacks. We want to maximize our damage, and the best Ouroboros order to get is Uni and Taion's. The way you get an Ouroboros order is you use both of the characters involved in prior rounds. So what we want to do is use either Uni or Taion as soon as we possibly can, and then in the final round of our chain attack before the potential Ouroboros round, choose Uni or Taion, whichever we didn't choose before. We can't always guarantee that, but the chances of seeing Uni and Tyon and getting their order is pretty good. I think it's 80% of the time you can get them, if I remember correctly. So they're the best one. We always want to pick Tyon or Uni, whichever we see first, unless we see the hero. So we'll choose the hero if we see them first. But if we don't have an opportunity to pick the hero, we're picking Tyon or Uni if we haven't used either one before. With this particular party, since Uni is our best damage dealer and she's principally an ether attacker, it would be better to see Uni's order. But we don't have hers, we have Tyon, we'll go with it. And now we want to build up a bunch of TP on our attacker, our principal attacker, Uni. So we should use Fatal Barrage, which has a bunch of hits to help get more hit TP. Similarly, Ray's equivalent to Fatal Barrage is Executioner. That also lands a bunch of hits, so we can get a bunch of TP off of that. We want to go ahead and use him. His Heroic Chain multiplies the damage ratio increase by 1.5 times upon completing an order the hero participates in. So on a Bravo results, the baseline amount that your damage ratio would go up on the first round is from 125 to 200 on hard mode. I believe that's correct. Using Gray in there will make it go from 125 to 237 at least instead.
It's not over yet.
Basically, we'd like to use Gray at every single opportunity in the chain attack to make sure that our final rounds are as strong as they can possibly be. This does mean that we are setting up for a situation where our we're finishing with the defender who's going to have the higher TP, so we're going to guarantee that Tyon comes back, which is not exactly ideal, but the most important thing in these chain attacks now that we have Ouroboros orders available is just making sure that you get, like, yes, you do want to use attackers, you want to maximize their damage that they put out during the chain attack, but you also do have greater pressure now to get better results in each and every round so that you maximize the increase of your damage ratio so that your damage on your Ouroboros order is sky high.
How's this for a plan?
Okay. So we've used Tyon's order. Now we don't want to use Uni's, because if we use Uni now, we'd get the Uni Tyon Ouroboros order option in round 3. We don't want to do that because we want to use a different order and make sure, like, the Ouroboros order is free at the very end. If you qualify for it, you'll get it even if you run out of your chain gauge. So you always want to use the second member of your Ouroboros pair that you're going for in the very last round of the chain attack. So we'll skip Uni. That means we want to go for either Noah or Mio in this case. Definitely the best choice is the attacker order with Noah, because that means we'll get a lot more TP on Uni. We'll be able to guarantee we return her with Tyon instead of having Tyon return himself. We probably can't get away with going straight into Tyon, so we'll go for a break with Lance, which we didn't get, sadly, and then do another fusion attack.
Let's bring it home.
We'd really like to see Gray at this point. We have a 3 out of 5 chance of seeing him in the 3rd round, since we haven't seen him before. But if not, we will hope to see Uni's order. Failing that, we would pick Mio. But we did get Gray, so we can use him for essentially free. We use Demolition, which will generate a little bit less TP than Executioner would. I think Noah can use Shield Bash and not hit 100. He won't have combo follow-up. He doesn't have bonuses for TP. He's not the same faction or anything.
Oh, where that came from.
Yeah, nice. Okay. And then from here, Uni might get us to 103. Yes, with Fatal Barrage. Cool. We got an amazing in round 3. And already the damage ratio is 519. I believe that's higher than the final damage ratio we saw in that 4-round chain attack with Ethel. That's some impressive work. And we did luck out and get Uni's order now. With all 7 party members alive, you are guaranteed to be able to choose or to complete an Ouroboros pair in the final round. There were only 4 characters that could come up, and we've already used Tyon's and Noah's orders, so we'd be guaranteed to see at least one of Uni or Mio. We just wouldn't want to choose Senna or Lance's order right now, because then we would have no Ouroboros pair completed when we'd be finishing our chain attack. So we wouldn't get the Ouroboros round. But definitely we want to pick Uni. That's going to be stronger than the Noah and Mio Ouroboros because of Uni's shared blessing skill. At this point, we do want to use all of our characters. We'll go for a break with Noah. Doesn't really matter much at this point. Whatever. Also use Senna. She's on really low TP, so we'll be able to use her again in the final round, although it's probably best if we just use Gray instead in the final round. I'll take the attack buff from Mio, and then we'll finish with Uni using Demolition plus Giant Swing, which is her most damaging art combination. Any arts would get her to 101 TP or more. She's already over that to start with, so we just maximize damage here. Hey TJ, it is the 3rd Chronicle of the Xenos. Alright, so now it's the Uni and Tyon order. Exactly which version of their paired order you get is completely random. Like, it's not based on whether you use Uni first and then Tyon, or Tyon and then Uni. It's just the game picks 50-50 whether you get the card with Uni on it or the card with Tyon on it. Either way, the card has both factions and all 3 roles, so you get roll match and force match on every character. Even city characters like Gray will get force match on the Ouroboros order. So everyone will get plus 15 TP for sure compared to what they're showing. And that does limit your ability to use multiple attackers in the final round. In this case, we are better off using Gray to get his damage ratio increase. The damage ratio goes up a lot with the Ouroboros orders, and he will again multiply that increase by 1.5. Gray does not count as Keves. He uses Keves style arts, the circle arts, but his faction is city. You can see it on Gray's order. His card has the city icon, not the Keves triangle icon or the Agnes kind of nested diamond icon. So nobody else gets force match from using Gray's order, except in the gauntlet where you can have multiple city heroes. But on the Ouroboros order, he will get force match anyway. Use Demolition, his most damaging art. And then what we're looking for is actually just applying as many buffs as we can to the party. Because Uni's Ouroboros gets stronger with more buffs in the party. It counts every instance. So we have 7 instances of attack up right now. I can apply Cure Bullet from Lance to get debuff barrier on everyone. And then I can go ahead and use Leaping Current on Mio again to refresh my attack up buff. That persists throughout the entire Ouroboros order, which lasts many seconds. And then finish with Uni, our best attacker. We got an 882% damage ratio in the end. And Uni does tons of damage. She basically just did 200,000 by herself. Tyon's not going to do nearly as much because he doesn't have Shared Blessing, but once you link that to him with the Soul Link slot, he'll get that too, and his damage output will be amazing. If we were trying to win this fight with the chain attack, this may have been a bit of overkill, because we did a lot of damage, and may not have time to charge up our chain attack again. But I don't really care about doing that for this demonstration. We got all the things we needed to see in the chain attack. So basically what I would do at this point is if I hadn't done that much damage to Jay and I was trying to build up another chain, we just took a huge AoE damage from Ruined Marionette, but now I can just link Lance at level 2 now, and I just switched once and everyone is back to full HP. It's a beautiful thing. Mio doing that burst really helps fill up the chain gauge. We might still get this done. Might still be able to launch a chain attack, but it'll be a really short one for the double XP. I am just spamming switch, doing nothing else, and the party is basically maintaining full HP permanently. As you can see, the heat gauge in the bottom left is barely going up at all. Even though at hard mode, the heat gauge goes by a lot faster. If you're switching all the time, it hardly ever builds up at all. So the other thing you could do with this tactic is because because switching charges the talent gauge or talent art on your Ouroboros forms, you can use Winning Rush to inflict the launch and potentially use that to set up your chain attack in this fight. So, yeah, what I discovered about, what I learned, I wouldn't say discovered, I didn't discover it, but what I learned about Ouroboros forms is that you can get to a higher interlink level with healers and then just totally cheese some of these tough boss fights just by switching forms all the time. So, you've got the Uni and Taion Ouroboros switching with Atomize and Raptor Ray to trivialize many basic fights, especially group fights against large number of enemies at once. And you've got that switching tactic where you interlink using the character who is in a healer class at a higher than 0 interlink level and just switch back and forth to keep the party at full HP more or less permanently.
Do you think it's behind the waterfall?
So I hope that was interesting.
Seems so.
That's really all I wanted to show off with this today. But I thought of some cool tech and some interesting things to learn about. I, for one, am looking forward to playing Xenoblade X later this week. I do not plan to do it on stream, although I know there's some multiplayer features that I might be able to make arrangements for on stream. Curious how that might go, but I would say probably not at this point. Anyhow, I think I'm going to play Xenoblade X on Thursday and will not be streaming. But we may be back with Elden Ring on Sunday morning. Okay, so thanks for joining me, everyone. Hope you enjoyed this, and I will catch you next time. Have a good evening. Mm-hmm.